Let me tell you a small story about Ramu. Ramu, who has recently graduated and just started working in a company. It's his first day. Ramu is so excited looking at the infrastructure, coffee machines, colleagues, office cabins, etc. But his happiness doesn't last long. Within few minutes, he got a call from his manager, Jarfi. Ramu went into the cabin and said, "Hi, sir." Jarfi, his manager, said, "Never say hi, call me Jarfi." Ram was a bit tense and said, "Okay." Jarfi directly went into the project discussion and said, "There is a project recently started and you have to work on that project." Ramu was so excited listening about the project and said, "Please provide me zip file of that project." Joffy said, "I am going to provide you a Git URL." Ramu was so confused and went out of the cabin, started scratching his head. He looked around, and there are two people named Deepak and Chandru who are sitting left and right to him. Ramu asked them about Git, and they started saying, "It's simple. It's all about Git push, Git pull, Git merge." They started saying all the fancy stuff which Ramu doesn't know about. Ramu was so confused and tensed. Friends, if you had ever faced the same kind of situation, please do comment out in the comment section. Now let me help people like Ramu in these tutorials. So let me tell what really a Git is all about. So before getting to know about Git, who should learn Git or why should I learn Git? Well, in many organizations, single project will be handled by many developers, each working on separate modules. And at the end, those modules should get integrated. Doing that manually is a nightmare. So organizations use a separate tool called Git, which is very much useful in maintaining and managing the complex projects. So who should learn Git? I recommend everyone to learn Git because it is very much useful for a software developer, freelancer, web designers and graphic designers to maintain their projects. And especially if you are working in an organization or if you want to work in an organization, Git is a must skill that one should have. It's fine. So what are the prerequisites that one should have to learn Git? Well, you should basically have a computer with good internet connection. Well, I don't say good internet connection, but yes, you should have internet connection. And at the end, you should have interest to learn Git. Very famous and well-known developer Linus Torvald, who had developed Linux kernel, has developed Git. The team led by Linus Torvald started working on a project called Linux kernel early in the year 2002. Since it was a complex project with multiple developers working on it, they have decided to use a tool called Bitkeeper to manage their project. Bitkeeper is a free and open source tool. Everything was fine, but all of a sudden Bitkeeper dropped the free version of it due to some copyright issues. And the team led by Linus Torvald had dropped using Bitkeeper. They tried finding the similar kind of tools, but nothing worked out for them. And finally they have developed their own source control management tool called Git. Linus Torvald announced the project Git on 6th April 2005, started working on the project, and they have managed to use that tool to manage the Linux kernel project. And finally, 21st December 2005, they have released first version of Git. So what is the meaning of Git? Well, Linus Torvald is a crazy guy who loves to keep bad names for his projects. So he thought of keeping a name for this project as Git, which means unpleasant person in British English. Though the meaning of Git is unpleasant, but the features that Git provides are very pleasant. Git is a distributed source control management system, which is why it's so popular. And Git is an open source tool with large and active community. So if you ever face any problems, they'll get solved very soon. Enough, I have talked a lot about Git theory. Let's get into the practice in our next tutorial by installing Git. Let's install Git for Windows. Open Google Chrome and type Git for Windows. Click on the first link that opens which says Git for Windows, and find for download button, and you can find the tools and features that are part of Git. Let me click on download. It's a 45 MB.exe file which takes some time to get download. Since I have downloaded it already, let me open it up. I'm going to double click on this. Click on run. Click on S. So this is the public license. I know you will not get time to read this. Just say next. If you want additional icon on your desktop, you can click on that. Or if you don't want, you can uncheck that. I'm going to uncheck that. Click on next. Here there are three options available. Use Git from Git Bash only, Git from the Git command line, and also from third-party software. Select the second option. Click next. Click next. Check out Windows style, commit Unix style line index. Check out as is, commit Unix style line index. I'm going to select the first option here. I'm going to click next again. Next. 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 Click on install. Now it does take some time to get installed. Now that Git has been successfully installed on my system, let me check. Let's check whether Git has successfully installed or not. Click on Windows button and say Git Bash. Now that Git Bash has been there, click on that. Say Git space version. Now that Git will give you the version of it. My version is 2.27.0 and it might be different in your case. So congratulations, Git has been successfully installed on your system for Windows. Now if you have a Mac, just install it by using brew install git. And the other cool feature with the Mac is Apple ships a binary package of Git with the Xcode. Sorry friends, I can't show the installation of Git in MacBook since I don't have Mac. I can do that if you would have helped me in buying a MacBook. Okay, I'm just kidding. As I said earlier, Git is used to manage the projects. So basically each developer works on individual modules in that project, and at the end they get merged into a single project. But the question here is, where does the project lives in? We are on the right track. There is some storage space or directory where our project lives in, and that is called a repository. Now the question here is, where does this repository lives in? Now this repository or the directory space can be local to a folder on your computer, or it can be a storage space on the GitHub or any other online host. But now the question here is, what is GitHub? So let's talk about GitHub in our next tutorial. Before getting to know about GitHub, let me tell you the reality that happens in a typical IT industry. When you are assigned with a project, it's not only you who is going to work on that project. It's going to be a teamwork. Each developer inside that team is going to share work among themselves, work on their own individual modules, and will submit their code once they're done with it. Submitting code is fine, but where do they submit? Where does this central project resides in? That's a good question. As I said in our previous tutorials regarding repositories, repository is basically a storage or a directory, right? Why can't we keep our projects there? Yes, that's a good point. We keep these projects in a place called a repository. But which would throw one more question at me. Yes, the question is, where do we create these repositories? That's what our slide says about. It's GitHub. So GitHub is one of the hosts for repositories. As I said, it's one of the hosts. There are few more like GitLab, Bitbucket, etc. But GitHub is the largest host for Git repositories. Okay, let's don't waste our time in talking much about it, and let's jump into looking at creating a GitHub account. So to create a GitHub account, you should basically have an email ID. Let me open Google Chrome. Type GitHub. Then you will basically land into this page where it says sign up and sign in. I'm going to click on sign up. So here you have an option to provide username. Okay, I'm going to provide a username for Ramu. I'll say Ramu Tony 22. Let's check whether it is available or not. If it is available, it should display in green color. Otherwise, it would display in red color saying the username is not available. So Ramu Tony 22 is available. I'm going to provide email address for Ramu. ramutony22@gmail.com. Yes, and I'm going to provide a password for Ramu. I just provided password. Okay, verify your account. It's okay. Just click on create account. Unable to verify your captcha response. Okay. Okay, in my case, due to some internet issues, I have got the verify account again. So I'm going to verify it. But in your case, you may get it in the previous screen itself. So I'm going to verify it now. I should basically make it perfect by rolling the image. Okay, done. 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 Okay, I'm going to click on join free plan. Okay, so the flow whatever happened till now, it might be different in your case, but at the end you will basically land into this page where it says welcome to GitHub. And if you look at here, it will ask you what kind of work do you do. If you are a software engineer, you can select this, and if you are a student, you can select this. I'm going to leave that with student. How much programming experience do you have? I'll say a little. And if you are a moderate or if you are a lot, you can select accordingly. And then you can provide a plan that you want to use for GitHub. If you want to just learn the code, you can select this, or if you want to learn about Git and GitHub, you can select that, or if you want to host the repositories, you can select this option. And I have just selected 3 options. Okay, let me come down. If you have any kind of interest, you can provide it here, but I'm going to leave this off, and I'm going to click on complete setup. Once you click on complete setup, it will send you a verification email to the email which you have provided for GitHub account creation. Now let me open my email ID. Okay, I'm going to refresh it. If you look at here, I have received an email from GitHub. I'm just clicking on that, and I'm going to verify it now. I just click on verify email address. Here I will type username or email address. You can type ramutony22@gmail.com and the password which you had used to create the GitHub account. Enter sign in. Okay, which would send you a device verification code to your email ID. So I am going to open my Gmail. I have got the verification code, and the verification code is this. I'm just copying this. Copied, and I'm going to paste it here. Look at here, the verification is done. Once the verification is done, you will land into a page called get started. So now you have 3 options here. Either you can create a repository, or you can create an organization, or you could basically start learning, or optionally you can skip this step for now. But I'm going to click on create a repository. So you will land into a page where you can create the repositories. As I said earlier, repository is nothing but a directory or a storage space, right? So here you can provide any kind of name which should basically reflect your project name. So I'll type Suresh Tex. Yes, which is available. That's good. And then optionally you can provide some kind of description for your project. I'll say this is a website about Suresh Tex. And then you will be provided with two options called public and private. Public says anyone on the internet can see this repository. Okay, you just created a repository and everyone can see that repository. That's fine, that's not a problem. So I'm going to leave it with public. And then you have an option whether to initialize with readme. Okay, let's check this and let's see. And then optionally you have whether to add .gitignore and the license. I'll talk about .gitignore in our further tutorials, but for now I'm going to click on create repository. That's great, congratulations, because we just created our first repository called Suresh Tex. Now that our GitHub is ready, and in our next tutorial we will look at integrating this GitHub with the Git bash which we have installed in our earlier tutorial. So let's see what actually happens. Let's look at the importance of integrating GitHub with the Git bash. So we have installed Git bash in our earlier tutorial, and now we had set up an account for GitHub. So how do we communicate between Git and GitHub? Right, so whatever the email ID which we have used to create a GitHub account, we use the same email ID to configure GitHub inside a Git bash. That we will look at in our next tutorial, so that we can communicate between a Git and a GitHub. That's what actually happens between the Git and a GitHub. You should basically have a GitHub setup with some kind of email ID, and then you should basically use that email ID to configure GitHub with Git bash. That we will look at in our next tutorial. Git configuration. Before talking about what Git configuration is and what exactly are we going to do under Git configuration, I am going to talk about the reality that happens. Basically, the repositories or the projects would be placed in a place called GitHub. It can be either GitHub, GitLab or Bitbucket, any kind of hosting service which will basically have the repositories placed, and we get those repositories into our local system using a tool called Git bash. So as we installed Git bash earlier in our local system, we can use Git bash to get the projects which are hosted in GitHub, GitLab or any other hosting service. Now we do get the project from GitHub to Git, and then we do our own task, and then finally we push it back to GitHub. So this is what actually happens in any company. Now this is all fine, but when you are assigned with a project, it's not the only you who is going to work on that project. It's going to be a teamwork. Everyone in the team is going to get the project from the GitHub. They are going to work on their own individual modules, and finally they will push it back to GitHub. Now for example, some other person in your team wants to know about the changes that are happened recently. For example, person A, consider he is person A and he is person B and then he is person C. Now for example, person A has completed his own task and then he pushed it to GitHub. Now how did person B will get to know that the push was made by person A? There should be some kind of identification to person A, right? So that whenever person A does a commit or does a push, person B will get to know that yes, the push was done by person A. So basically whenever you does a push, along with that push you will have some kind of identification added to that. But how does your push will have that identification? Push will get that identification from the commit. Then what do you mean by a commit, and how does your commit will have your identification? That's what we are going to do now. A commit will have the identification details that we set in a Git configuration. So Git configuration is nothing but setting up identities. So what kind of identities we set and where do we set that identification? Yes, to set the identification, the first thing that you should have is Git bash installed on your local system, and at the same time you should have an account created for GitHub. So if you don't have Git bash installed on your local system, you can always watch our previous tutorials to get Git installed in your local system and similarly get GitHub account created for you. Now let me open Git bash. to open Git bash, I have pressed Windows button on my system. Now I'm going to type Git bash. So whenever you type Git bash, and if you have Git bash already installed on your system, it is going to open up something like this, and I'm going to press on enter. Now this is called Git bash. Okay, the first thing that I am going to check is the version which I am using. Git space minus minus version. So I am using a version called 2.27.0, and it might be different in your case. Okay, and at any time if you would like to clear the console output, for example, whenever you had given Git version, it has given you some output, and if you would like to clear this kind of output, you just have to say clear. So clear is basically used to clear the output, or you can say remove the output. So I'm going to give a press. Okay, now we need to set up the identification details. So what kind of identification details will set? Yes, the email ID which we have used to create a GitHub account, we will use the same email ID to set up the identification details, because we will basically get the project from the GitHub. That's why we need to basically use the same email ID which we have used to create the GitHub account. But before setting up the configuration, I am going to talk about the configuration variables in Git bash. There are different kinds of configuration variables, say it be a global variable, system variable, or a local variable. So there are different kinds of configuration variables set in Git. But here in this tutorial, we are going to look at only global configuration variables, because global configuration variables are the variables which are related to a user. And if you look at here, all the variables which are global would be placed in a file called .gitconfig, which is under home directory. Here the caret symbol says we are under home directory, and the .gitconfig file is placed under home directory. That means whenever you set any kind of global variables, those variables would be placed under a file called .gitconfig. Okay, let us open this file .gitconfig and let's check what kind of variables are already present in .gitconfig file, which are basically the global variables. So I'm going to open Git bash. So at any time if you would like to open any kind of file, you have to use an editor called VI. So VI is a default editor which will be shipped with Git. Okay, I'm going to say VI followed by .gitconfig. Because we are under home directory, we could able to open this file. I'm going to press on enter. Now if you look at here, this is git config file, but we don't have any data here because we didn't set up any global kind of variable so far. So I'm going to set up some kind of global variables, and I would basically come here and we'll check whether the data will be added here or not. So for now I'm going to go back. To go back at any time, you just have to say shift colon followed by Q. Q is basically stands for quit, and I'm going to press enter. Now you are out of the VI editor. Now at any time if you would like to check all the configuration variables, which may be global variables, system variables, or local variables, you just have to say git config followed by list. It is going to list up all the configuration variables. Then you might wonder, what is this git config? Yes, git config is a tool which will come along with the git, which is used to work with all the configuration variables. For example, if you would like to set global configuration variables, you just have to say git config followed by -- global. I'm going to talk about that in some time. But for now, let's check all the different configuration variables which were already set. So I'm going to press enter now. It is going to list up all the configuration variables. If you look at here, these are all the variables which were already set, which were not set by us, but they were already set. Okay, as I said, now git config is a tool used to set the configuration variables. And as I said earlier, global variables are related to a user. And here, since we need to set up the identification, we should work with global variables. To set global variables at any time, you can always open .gitconfig file in the home directory and you can manually add. But instead of doing that manually is not a good practice. So we will use the tool called git config to do the task. So I'm going to say git, okay, I'm just going to clear it once, clear git config followed by global. So here we are telling git config tool that we are going to add global level variables. So that's why you have to say git config followed by global. If you would like to add system variables, you just have to say git config followed by system. But for now we are not looking at system and local variables. Instead we are looking at the global variables. I'm going to say git config dash dash global followed by user dot name, because we are providing identification details here, and the first identification detail is we are setting up your name. So user dot name followed by, you can say, Ramu. Okay, since we are setting up the details for Ramu, I am going to give Ramu. If you want to set up for your own details, you could give your own name. So I am going to press enter. Okay, now we had set up name. Now at the same time we should set up email ID, which we have used to set up GitHub account. Okay, so I'm going to say global followed by user dot email, and then double quotes I'm going to say ramutony22@gmail.com. Remember, this is the note point. You should use the same email ID which you have used to create GitHub account. If you don't have GitHub account already created, you can watch our previous tutorials to get one GitHub account created for you. Okay, I'm going to press enter. Now we had set up identification details. Now if you give git config followed by dash dash list. Now you can check here user.name Ramu, user.email ramutony22@gmail.com. So what we have done so far, we had set up git configuration, we had set up an identification details, and let's talk about the importance of doing it. Okay, this is used to get all the different configuration variables, and git config is basically a tool. Okay, this is what we had done. Setting up the identity, we had used git config followed by global user.name and then user.email. Okay, before that I am going to talk about the importance of setting up this. As I said earlier, now Ramu had set up his identification details in Git Bash. Now whenever Ramu is going to do some commits, or whenever he is going to do some kind of push, along with his commit and along with his push, whatever the identification details he had set, those details would be sent to GitHub, so that Deepak will get to know that the push or the commit was made by Ramu. Let us configure Notepad++ with Git. But before configuring Notepad++, I would like to talk about the importance of configuring Notepad++ with Git. Configuring Notepad++ is nothing but opening files with Notepad++. Okay, so for example, if you haven't configured Notepad++, what would be the case? I'm going to open Git Bash. Okay, now that the Git Bash has been opened, for example, if you would like to edit any kind of files, okay, I'm going to say ls. Okay, ls is going to list all the files which are in this directory, so I'm going to say ls. If you look at here, we do have a lot of files listed, right? Files and the directories. For example, if I want to edit this particular file, okay, so basically if we forget about the Git Bash, we have a default editor called Notepad++ or Notepad, where we do all kind of modifications or the edits in a file. But in Git Bash, if you would like to do any kind of changes, there is a default editor called vi editor, which will be shipped along with Git. So you should basically use that editor. So to use vi editor, you have to basically type vi followed by the file name which you want to edit. So I'm going to say test me, because I am going to edit this file. So you just have to say testme.txt and give enter. Okay, now this is the file which has this data. I am testing file. For example, if you would like to edit any kind of data in this file, first thing you need to do is you have to enter I. When you enter I, you will go into a mode called insert. You will basically go to a mode called insert, where you will give your data. Okay, so you can basically write I am going to update this file. So this is what you will basically do, and once you are done with your edits, you have to press escape and then followed by shift colon and then WQ. Here WQ stands for write and then quit. So whatever the changes you have done, you are writing and then you are quitting out of the vi editor. So this is what you have to do if you would like to edit any kind of files in Git Bash. Okay, now if you look at this, it's going to be really difficult to do any kind of modifications inside your VI editor, right? Right, first you have to go to the insert mode, and then you have to give on your edits, and finally once you are done with that, you have to enter shift colon WQ. So this is all a big procedure. Instead of doing this, why can't you use Notepad++ or Notepad? You can use any other editor instead of VI, because it is going to ease our task. Okay, so that's what we are going to do in this tutorial. We are going to set up Notepad++ so that instead of using VI editor, we can use Notepad++ to do any kind of modifications or the edits. So for now, I'm going to go back. Just so I'm going to press WQ and I'm going to press enter. So I'm out of VI editor now. Okay, I'm going to clear the console now. Clearing the console. Now we got to know the importance of configuring Notepad++ with Git. But before configuring Notepad++ with Git, the first thing that we should already have is a Notepad++ installed on our local system. So if you don't have Notepad++ already installed on your local system, you can go to https://notepad++.org/downloads. There will be an option to download for 32-bit and then 64-bit. You just have to select the .exe installer and then have to install it accordingly. So once you have Notepad++ installed on your local system, it looks something like this. I'm going to type Notepad++. See, this is called Notepad++ icon. So I'm going to open Notepad++. Since I have Notepad++ already installed in my local system, it is going to show up something like this. Okay, so this is called the Notepad++. So I have Notepad++ already installed in my local system, so I can able to see Notepad++. Okay, so now the first thing we need to check is to type Notepad++ here. Okay, so what should actually happen here is if you type Notepad++, it has to automatically open the Notepad++. That's what we are going to do now. But anyway, I'm going to check what is going to happen currently. So I'm going to press enter. If you look at here, Notepad++ command not found. That means your Git Bash is not able to identify Notepad++ which you have just installed. It is because once you install Notepad++, you should have to set the path. So how do we set Notepad++ path in your local system? At any time, if you would like to set a path, you have to open advanced system settings. So I'm going to open advanced system settings. So I'm going to this PC, giving a right click, going to the properties, and then there is an option called advanced system settings. And then you are under advanced tab. I'm going to click on environmental variables. So here if you look at, we have user variables for user and then the system variables. So we have to go to the system variables and there will be something called path. Okay, I'm just selecting that. I'm going to click on edit. So once you click on edit, here you will have an option called new. Okay, you have to click on this new and here you have to enter the Notepad++ path. So what path do we need to add here? Okay, I'm just clicking on outside. Okay, so I'm going to see. Okay, so which is basically the path where you have installed Notepad++. Since I have chosen Notepad++ to get installed in C drive, I just opened C drive and then I'm going to program files x86, which is nothing but 64-bit. And then if you look at here in the down, okay, you have something called Notepad++. Okay, I'm just clicking on that. If you look at here, you have Notepad++ application file, which is nothing but .exe file. If you go to the properties, so this is called .exe file. So this is what we are looking at. This is what we are actually looking at. Okay, so I am going to give a click here and I'm going to copy this. This is what the path which we need to set under our environmental system variables. Okay, I just copied it and I'm going back. Okay, so this is what the place where we need to add it. Okay, I'm just clicking on new again and I'm going to paste this and then I'm going to press OK and then OK and finally say OK here. Okay, now you have set Notepad++ path. Now I will open Git Bash. Now if I type Notepad++, will it work? Yes, it has to work, but let's check. Notepad++, enter. What happened? Again command not found. So do you mean that the path which we have set was wrong? No, it's right. But once you set path, though it be a Java path or it can be any kind of path, you should always close your command line tool. So I'm going to close this git bash command line tool and I'm going to open it again. So I'm going to type git bash and I'm going to open it again. Now if you say notepad plus plus, notepad plus plus, give a enter. See, notepad plus plus was opened. That means we have successfully configured notepad plus plus with git bash. Okay, now let me close this notepad plus plus, and if you ever want to create some kind of file, okay, you just have to say notepad plus plus followed by the file name. For example, if you want to create a file with the name suresh text.txt, you just have to give the file name and press enter. Once you press enter, it is going to ask you sureshText.txt doesn't exist, would you like to create it? Yes, you just have to say yes. Since you said yes, it is going to create a file for you. See, it's as simple as that. Okay, I'm going to go back now. Okay, so if you look at here, it's not closed yet. It's because you have to close notepad plus plus once you are done with your task. Now you may ask me one question. So every time whenever I want to open notepad plus plus, I should always type notepad plus plus, right? It's going to be a long text. You have to type notepad and then plus plus is a long task. It is going to waste your time. So why can't we reduce notepad plus plus to some short name, something like NPP, stands for notepad plus plus. Why can't we do it like this? For example, I'll just say NPP instead of notepad plus plus. I'll say NPP and then I'll give my name. For example, some file name. Okay, I'll say suresh.txt. Let's check whether it is going to work. It's not working because we didn't set up. So there is a concept called alias, using which we can reduce or we can shorten the names. Okay, let's check how to do that. If you look at here, we need to open a file called .bash_profile. So there is a file called .bash_profile. So if you don't have one already in your system, it is going to create for you. So don't worry about that. But you should have to add the bottom line, which is displaying in the second line under .bash_profile file. Okay. So and the text which you need to add is this alias followed by the name which you want to give. In my case, I want to give NPP. So I have just entered NPP. And then you have to enter this long text notepad plus plus.exe followed by multi-in session and then the no session. Okay, let's do that. So I'm going to open git bash. So git bash is opened. I'm just clearing it once so that the output will be cleared. Okay, it's cleared. So the first thing that I have to do is notepad plus plus followed by .bash_profile. Okay, I'm going to press enter. Okay, so .bash_profile is available. So the next thing that you have to do is to enter this line. Okay, just okay, we are under .bash_profile. Just give one line space and then enter alias followed by npp and then is equal to, here you have to type notepad plus plus.exe. Okay, I'm going to type notepad plus plus.exe and then dash multi-in session multi-in session. And the use of multi-in session is whenever you open any kind of file, you want to do multiple insertions, right? If you want to do multiple insertions, you have to provide this particular statement. No session, no followed by session. And the use of no session is that whenever you work with multiple sessions, right, it's going to give us some kind of issue. So we have to add no session. Okay, if you are confused with the multiple insertion or the no insertion, just remove this multi insertion and the no session and just add notepad plus plus.exe and give it a try. It is definitely going to give some kind of issues because I have tried already. So it's better to add multi insertion and no session. Okay, so if you had already tried removing multi insertion and the no session, please do comment out in the comment section about your experience. So I'm going to press Ctrl S, which is basically to save, and then I'm going to close this. But before closing, let me confirm it once again. Alias npp is equal to notepad plus plus.exe and then multi insertion and then no session. Right, that's fine. So I'm going to close it. So once you close it, if you go back to your git bash, it is going to be displayed something like this. Now if you press npp, it should open notepad++ for you. Now if you look at in the down, there is notepad++ not opened. Okay, so I'm going to type npp. Okay, press enter. What happened? It's not working. Okay, let me close my git bash. Okay, I just closed my git bash. Now I'm going to say git bash. Now let me type npp. Enter. See, notepad++ was opened. Okay, I'm going to close this, and I'm going to say npp followed by some other name. For example, if you want to type testing my npp.txt. Okay, just enter. It is going to again ask you the same thing. If you say no, it is not going to create. Okay, and just close it, and you will come out of it. So this is what actually happens. So now we have set up notepad++, and then we have shortened the name notepad++ to npp. Now the main thing here is, for example, if you ever feel like the text which is displaying currently here, if you look at here npp or else the text, so whatever the text which is displaying under this git bash command line tool, if you feel like it is very small, you can go to the settings by giving a right click on the top and then say options, and then go to text and select. Okay, so here you have an option to change the size, and similarly you have option to change different fonts and the different font styles. So here you will have 16 or 18 selected by default, and you can change it to 20, 22, 24, whatever you would like to. So I just selected 22, and then press apply, and then press OK, and finally say apply, and then save it. Okay, so it is going to change your text size. Now we have set up notepad++ with git, and then we have shortened notepad++ to npp. And now since everything is working fine, why can't we make this notepad++ to be default editor for all the new edits which we do? So we are going to make notepad++ to be the default editor for all our new edits that we do. Okay, so to do that, let me just go back to my presentation. So this is how we do the notepad++ to be the default editor. So setting an editor to a default editor would be done using a global level variable. So I am going to say git config followed by global and then core.editor. So I am going to open git bash, and I am going to say git config, which is basically the tool. And then since we are working on the global variables, I am going to say global followed by core.editor. And then we have to say notepad++.exe, notepad++.exe followed by dash multi insert and then dash no session. Okay, you should be very careful when you give these kind of commands. You have to cross check once or twice before pressing enter key. So I am going to cross check one more time. Git config dash dash global core.editor notepad++.exe multi insertion and then no insertion. Okay, so everything is fine. So I am going to press enter. Now we have set up the notepad++ to be the default editor. Okay, now let's test it. So to test it, I am going to open .gitconfig file, which is basically the file where we have our global variables, right, which I talked in our earlier tutorial. So I am going to open that file, but I'm going to open that file using a tool called git config. So I'm going to say git config followed by dash dash global followed by -e. So this will basically open up the file called .gitconfig where we do have all the global level variables, and then the -e here stands for editing. So here if you don't set up notepad++ with git bash, it is going to open up default vi editor, but since we have set up notepad++ already, it is going to open notepad++ for us. Okay, I'm going to press enter. Okay, if you look at here, it has opened .gitconfig file in notepad++. Okay, if you look at here, this is what we have set up so far. So in our earlier tutorials, we have set up these details, which are basically the identification details, and then today we have set up this core editor. Okay, so I am going to close this. Okay, so this is all about configuring notepad++ with git. So if you're working on Mac, you can install TextMate. So for that you can go to macromates.com and install TextMate. So once you install TextMate, you just have to go to menu and then click on preferences. So once you click on preferences, in the right side you can find an icon in black color, which is basically the terminal icon. You just have to click on that icon, and if you don't have mate already set up with Git, it is going to show up an install button. So you just have to install it. So once it installs, it is going to display an indicator in green color. Okay, so once you are done with that, just have to close your mate and then open git bash, and then just have to type mate. So if you type mate and it opens up TextMate for you, then you are done. You have successfully set up TextMate with your Git. And if you want to make TextMate to be the default editor, then you just have to say git config followed by global and then core.editor and followed by mate minus w. So it is going to set up TextMate to be the default editor for you. Okay, I hope you have successfully configured Notepad++ with your local Git bash. So let's meet up in our next tutorial. Before talking about the workflow, I'd like to talk about the reality that happens with every developer. Whenever a developer wants to work on any kind of project which is getting managed by Git, they would basically get that project from some kind of hosting services like GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, etc. They'll get that project into their own local system, work on their own individual modules or the tasks, and once they're done with their task, they'll push it back to GitHub, GitLab, etc. So this is what actually happens if your company is managing the projects using Git. Now, once you get the project into your local system, what would you do before pushing it back to the same repository? You should basically work on your own individual module and your own individual task. I know that, but before pushing code into the repository, you would do few more steps. So I'm going to talk about those steps in this tutorial. But before talking about those steps, I'm going to talk about few basic terms that we come across often. So here are the few basic terms like commit, clone, tracking and untracking the files, and finally the branching. So here in this tutorial, I would like to talk about the first three terms such as commit, clone, tracked and untracked files. But I'm not going to talk about branch in this concept because in our next tutorial, we are going to look at a practical example using Git workflow. So talking about branch in that tutorial would make sense. So I'm going to leave branch concept in this tutorial. Let's look at branch concept in our next tutorial. But for now, let's get started with commit. First, suppose your friend has told you that he was committed. Then what would be your immediate reaction? Of course, we'll ask about the entire information such as when does that happen, how does that happen, where does that happen, and finally about that lucky girl or boy. So we are basically getting to know about all the information regarding your friend's commit. Similarly, there is a concept called commit in Git, and this commit will have the information about the author, about the committer, and the date when you have committed, and what kind of changes you have for that commit. So once we get project into our local system, we do lot of changes, right? So whenever we do some kind of changes, we will do some commits, and that commit will have the information with the changes you have done so far. For example, your task is to change a plus b to a minus b. Okay, and once you have done your task changing from a plus b to a minus b, and if you have done any kind of commit, that commit will have the information about the committer, the one who has done that change, and the date when you did that change, and finally the message which you will give for that commit. Basically we do some kind of messages to each commit, so I am going to talk about that, but for now just remember that there is a concept called commit in Git also, just like the commit which we often come across in our daily life. So there is a concept called commit in Git. Okay, and the next term that I would like to talk is clone. Clone is nothing but copy. Just remember that clone is nothing but copy. But what is copy here or what is clone here? Yes, as I said earlier, we get the project from GitHub or GitLab. So how do we get that project? We do some kind of mechanism called cloning. Cloning is nothing but copying. So for example, Deepak has code in some kind of repository. Now Ramu has to get this code into his local system. So what Ramu has to do for that? Ramu has to basically clone that project, which is nothing but copy the entire project into his own local system. That's called cloning. Cloning is nothing but copying. Okay. Now Ramu has the entire code which is available in some kind of repository. Now Ramu is going to work on his own individual task. For example, Ramu's task is to change where b is equal to 5 to where b is equal to 10. So he will do the modifications in his local system. It looks something like this. So he is going to change b is equal to 5 to b is equal to 10. Now he has the updated code. So clone is nothing but copying. Just remember that for now, that is enough. And the next one is tracking and untracking files. Here I would like to talk about small story. For example, there was a murder happened at your place. What would happen then? Of course, cops will rush into the incident, gather all the information. They'll basically investigate each and every minute information with everyone nearby. So they're basically tracking everything to get to know about the murderer, right? So who is going to do this task? The CID officers are going to track each and every information about that murder. Similarly, there is someone called .git in our local system who is going to track each and every information that you do. As we talked just now, Ramu has changed where b is equal to 5 to where b is equal to 10, right? So whenever this kind of changes happen in our local project, Git is going to track all this kind of information. So just think that there is a concept called tracking and untracking in our Git concept. So the files which are tracked by Git are called the tracking files, and the files which are not tracked by Git are called untracking files. Git workflow. This is the important concept in entire Git course. Remember friends, this image has to be fixed into your minds. There will be 4 stages entirely, and the 3 stages will be in your local system, and the final stage will be in your remote repository, which is basically the repository from where we cloned the project. Now once you get the project into your own local system, it is going to be placed in a directory called working directory, which is basically the directory where you are working on. Once you start making changes into the project which you have just cloned, it gets placed into a place called staging area. Staging area is also known as index area. So I'm going to talk about the staging area and index area in much details in our further tutorials, but for now just think that once you do the changes, it gets placed into an area called staging area, and then it will be moved to a place called .git folder, which is nothing but a local repository. As we talked earlier when we discussed about the repositories, a repository can either be placed under your local system, GitHub, or any other kind of hosting service, right? So similarly, this repository is part of your local system. Okay, and finally, it will move to a place called the remote repository, which is basically the place from where you have cloned the project. So remember, you will get the project into your working directory by cloning the project from some kind of hosting services like GitHub, GitLab, etc. So once you get the project into your local system, which is basically the working directory, you will start making changes. So once you start making changes, that would be placed into a place called the staging area. So we move to the staging area by doing an operation called add. Okay, I'm going to talk about the add, but for now just think that we does an operation called add, and then from staging area we move to the local repository, and moving to the local repository would be done by doing an operation called commit. So I'm going to talk about the commit again practically in my next tutorial, but for now just think that to move from staging area to the local repository we need to perform an operation called commit, and finally we will push our changes to the remote repository. That would be done by performing an operation called push. So for now I just talked about 3 different words called add, commit, and then the push. So I'm going to talk about all these practically in my next tutorial called Git workflow example. So Ramu has a task. If you don't know who Ramu is, I'm going to tell about him. Ramu has recently graduated and started working in a company, and his manager asked him to work on Git. So in this tutorial I am actually helping Ramu. So in our next tutorial, let's help Ramu in getting his tasks done. So he got a task and he has to use the Git workflow to complete his task. So let's get started in our next tutorial by working on Git workflow example. In this tutorial, we will look at the practical example of Git workflow. But before looking at the practical example about the Git workflow, I'm going to talk about two more terms, and they are called master and origin. Okay, the first one is master. For example, if you would like to construct your dream house, the first thing that you need is a piece of land. So here I have a piece of land on which I am going to construct my dream house. Consider this is the front portion and this is the back portion. For example, if you want to construct some kind of room somewhere here, for example, the room to play the games, and then here you want to construct a kitchen, and at the end you want to construct a small bathroom. Okay, so the first room is called the playing room, which is used to play the games, and the second one is the kitchen, which is used to cook, and the third one is the bathroom, and you know what you will do inside bathroom, so I'm not going to talk about that. Okay, so these are the different blocks or the rooms which you want to place in your dream house. Okay, now one question from my side is, are these rooms part of your house or not? Of course, they are part of your house, right? The first room, which is basically to play the games, and the second room is used to cook, and finally the bathroom. So these are all are part of your house, but the facilities that they provide are different. And I will call this land as the main line, because if I want to construct my dream house, that is what the main thing which I want, right? Similarly, if you want to start work on any kind of project which is getting managed by Git, you will be provided with a default branch, which is also called master branch. And then you will make your own features, which are called the topic branches. So I will call this main land as master, which is nothing but the master branch. So just think that if you ever clone any project, or if you initialize any project with Git, which is basically any project which is getting managed by Git, by default you will be provided with a branch called master. Okay, that branch name is called master, and then once you get the master branch, you will slowly create your own branches, and they are called feature branches, are also called topic branches. So I'm going to talk about the feature branches, topic branches, and all the different kinds of branches that we create. So we will slowly dig into those topics, but for now just remember that whenever you clone a project, by default you will be provided with a branch called master. And the next one is server default name. Okay, recently I brought a speaker from my friend Aravind, and the speaker is working very fine. Every day morning I used to keep songs in a loud voice, and all of my neighbors used to enjoy that speaker. Once one of my neighbor asked me regarding that speaker. They just asked me that, where did you get this speaker from? Then I said that I brought this speaker from my friend Aravind. Okay, and they were very happy with that. So here, whenever my neighbor asked me a question regarding the speaker, I am able to answer them because I know the name of my friend. For example, I don't know the name of my friend, then how would I answer to my neighbor's question? I can't answer, right? Similarly, if you ever clone, or if you ever get project from some kind of hosting service like Git Bash, GitLab, or Bitbucket, etc., how would I communicate back once I get the project into my local system? Of course, it should have some kind of name or some kind of reference so that I can communicate back, right? So origin is the default server name which will be provided to us once we clone any kind of project. So from the next time onwards, if you ever wanted to push the new changes to the remote repository, you can use this origin as the reference. Okay, let's get into the Git workflow concept. As we talked earlier, there will be 3 stages in our local system, and there will be a stage called remote repository. So we get the project into our local system from some kind of hosting services like GitHub, GitLab, etc. And then we do some kind of modifications which will be sent to a place called staging area, and then which will be sent to a place called local repository, and then finally it will be pushed into a place called remote repository. So this is what we talked about in our earlier tutorial. And then I have told that if you ever wanted to push changes from your working directory staging area, you have to perform an action called add, and then from staging area to the local repository you have to commit, and finally from the local repository you will push it to the remote repository. So let's look at it by doing a practical example. Now Ramu got a task. Let's look at his task. So he got a task from Deepak. So Deepak is saying that please work on below changes, and the changes are change title from Suresh text to Suresh text tutorials. Okay, and the second task is center introduction title, and here is the git URL. Okay, so this is the URL which Ramu has to use to clone the project, which is nothing but getting the project from a remote repository. So Deepak has provided a git URL and Ramu has to use that git URL to get the project into his local system. Okay, let's go to Deepak's GitHub account and let's check this repository once. So I'm going to open Google and I have opened Deepak's GitHub account already, and if you look at here, there is an option called code. So I'm going to click on that. If you look at here, there is an option called clone with HTTPS. So as I said earlier, clone is nothing but copying. So we are basically getting this project. If you look at here, you have a folder called images and then readme.md and finally home.html. So whenever Ramu clones this project, he is going to get all these files and folders into his local system. Okay, so how will Ramu get this project into his local system? He has to do a clone. So if you ever wanted to clone any kind of project, you have to click here and there is an option called clone with HTTP, and similarly if you click on use SSH, you can clone the project using SSH. So if you want to clone with SSH, you have to add a public key and it has some kind of other procedure. So I'm going to make a separate video for that, but for now we are going to use HTTPS. Okay, let's clone with HTTPS. So if you ever wanted to clone with HTTPS, first of all you need to copy this URL. This URL is nothing but the URL which Deepak has sent to Ramu. Okay, if you look at here, you have https://github.com and then Deepak203 followed by sureshtext.git, right? So if you look at here, this is same https github.com Deepak203 and then sureshtext.git. Okay, now I'm going to copy this. So I just copied. Now I'm going to open git bash. Okay, I'm going to open git bash. Okay, I have git bash. Okay, now let me create a directory where I want to keep all my projects. So to create a directory, you have to type mkdir. Mk stands for make and then dir stands for directory. Mk directory, which is nothing but I am making a directory. And then I'm going to give the directory name as git projects. Okay, remember this is just a directory creation and we haven't started any git work so far. Okay, I just have typed mkdir and then git projects. I'm going to enter. Okay, now if you look at here, if I say ls, which is going to list all the files, okay, you can see here you have a directory called git projects. So I'm going to change to that directory now. So if you ever want to change the directories, you have to say cd. Cd stands for change directory and then the directory name, which is nothing but git projects. Okay, I'm just going to clear once, which is going to clear the console output. Okay, so I am under git projects now. Now what you have to do, you have to clone the project. Cloning is nothing but just copying. Okay, so I'm going to say git clone followed by the URL which is available here. So I'm going to copy it and just copy it and I am going to paste it here. Okay, and then you have to press enter. Then it is saying flowing into Suresh text and then you got the projects. Now what you need to get, you need to get all these folders and files into your local system. So let's check. So I'm going to say ls. What is it? There is a folder created. Of course I should get these images and directories, right? But what happened? There is a folder created. Yes, whenever you clone a project, it is going to create a folder with the name of the repository. So here the repository name is Suresh text. That's why it has created a name for you which is called Suresh text. And if you want some other name instead of the repository name, you can do that. So I'm going to talk about that by the end of this tutorial. But for now, just think that whenever you clone any project, it is going to create a folder with the name of the repository. So I'm going to move to that directory now. So I'm going to say cd Suresh text. Okay, so whenever I move to Suresh text folder, if you look at the right side, there is something called master. So there is something called master. So as I said earlier, master is the default branch which will be provided to us whenever we clone the project, right? That is what happened now. You just cloned the project and you got a branch called master. So this is called the default branch. So I'm going to talk about the branching concept in depth in our further tutorials, but for now just remember that we'll get a default branch called master when you clone any kind of project. Now let me say ls. Now if you see here, you got all the files and folders which are part of this project. Okay, what you have done now, you have just cloned the project. So cloning is nothing but copying. So you'll basically get all the projects from any kind of repository into your local system. So now we are here. Now we have project in our working directory. Okay, let's look at Ramu's task. So Ramu's task is to change title from Suresh text to Suresh text tutorials. Okay, let's go back to the Git bash. Okay, so we have few files here, so I'm going to look at all these files. So if you ever wanted to view the data present in any kind of the file, you have to use a command called cat. So if you want to view the data which is available in home.html, you just have to say cat followed by home.html. So it is going to show up all the data which is available in that file. So if you look at here, this is the home.html data. Okay, so I'm going to clear the console once. So I'm going to say clear. So console is cleared. And I'm going to say ls. It is going to list all the files which are part of my project. So now let me open this project in my file explorer. Okay, I'm going back to my file explorer where I have Git projects and then I have Suresh text. Okay, I have home file, so which I am going to open in Google Chrome. Okay, I have opened the project in Google Chrome and I have the title as Suresh text and I have the introduction in the left side, and my tasks are, the first task is change title from Suresh text to Suresh text tutorials, and the second one is center introduction title. Okay, now let me open this file in notepad++. Okay, notepad++. Okay, the first task is change title from Suresh text to Suresh text tutorials. Okay, I'm going to change. So I'm going to change title Suresh text to Suresh text tutorials. Okay, the first task is done, and the second task is center introduction title. Okay, but before that let me just check whether this is done or not. So we just changed Suresh text to Suresh text tutorials. I'm going to give a refresh. Yes, it worked. Okay, and now I'm going to center this introduction title. Okay, to center the introduction title, this is introduction title, so I'm going to give a style. Okay, where this is part of HTML code, so don't think that this is part of Git. Okay, I'm just working on the project, that's it. So I'm going to say text align to center. I'm going to save it and I'm going to refresh it here. Okay, cool. So Ramu has completed his two tasks. The first task is to change Suresh text tutorials, and the second task to center the introduction title. So both are completed. Now we have done two changes. The first change is this, changing Suresh text tutorials, and the second change is adding a style. Now let me go back to my Git bash. Okay, now you have done two changes. So you did some kind of changes, right? And as I said earlier, there will be a folder called .git which is going to track your files. But where is that folder? If I say ls, will it show? No, it is not showing, because .git is a hidden folder. If I go back to my file explorer, we can able to see that. Now if you look at here, okay, I am under Git projects and then Suresh text, right? Now if you look at here, .git is a hidden folder, and if you are not able to see this folder, you can go to view and there is something called hidden items. You have to check this. If you check this, you could able to see .git folder. This is the important folder which would be automatically added to us whenever you clone any kind of projects, and this is important in tracking and untracking the files. Okay, just like CID. So if I say git status, okay, if I say git status, what is it saying? It is saying that home.html file is modified. Yeah, that's what happened. I just modified home.html, right? Here under the notepad++, this is home.html. That's why it is displaying home.html is modified. That's completely fine. Now you have just modified the file. And then what you have to do, you have to add it to place into staging area. So currently your file is in your working directory. Now to move to your staging area, what you need to do, you have to add it. So I am going to say git add followed by the file name, which is nothing but home.html. I am going to press enter. Okay, now if I say git status, Now what is it saying? Use git restore staged and then the file name to unstaged. That means your file is in staged state now. As we discussed earlier, whenever you clone the project, you will get it into your working directory, and then if you want to move from working directory to the staging area, what you have to do, you have to add. That's what we did, right? We just added and then it moved to staging area. And if you want to go back from the staging area to the working area, what you have to do, you have to say git restore followed by staged and then the file name, then you will go back to your working directory. But for now I will not go back, instead I'll stay in my staging area. Okay, now we are under staging area. Now if you want to move from the staging area to the local repository, what you need to do, you need to commit. That's what it is saying here, changes to be committed. Okay, I am going to commit it. So to commit, what you have to say, git commit. Okay, if you say git commit enter, it is going to open the default editor. And if you have followed our previous tutorials to configure notepad++ with git, it is going to open notepad++ for you, where you need to basically enter the commit message. A commit message is nothing but a message which talks about the changes which you have recently done. But if you don't want to open the VA editor or the notepad++, you can give an inline commit. An inline commit would be done in the single line. So if you want to give the inline commit, you have to say git commit followed by -m and then the message that you want to give. So I am going to give double quote followed by updated home page. Okay, or you can say completed 2 tasks and press enter. Okay, the commit is done. So if you want to see what is there in this commit, you just have to say git log. Log is used to display the history. So I'm going to press enter. Now if you look at here, see, this is what happened. Author Ramu, and then the date when he has modified that, and then the message which he has entered. This is called the commit information. So if you don't know about this commit ID or this head or this master, I'm going to talk about all these in detail in our further tutorials. So please do subscribe to our channel to get notified about the new videos which we upload. Now we have committed the code. That means we are here. First we added and then we committed. So now our code is in our local repository. So if you say git status, okay, it will say that nothing to commit, working directory clean. Okay, and if you say ls and if you say cat on your home.html, it will have your changes. Okay, home cat home.html. If you look at here at the top, see here you have style text align center, and here you have Suresh text tutorial. So you have the updated changes, but your working directory is clean. So I'm going to just clear once again. Okay, now what you have to do, you have to do a push to send the changes from your local repository to the remote repository. But before pushing, I am going to open my Chrome once. Okay, I'm going back to Deepak's GitHub account. Okay, so I have home.html here. I'm going to open it again. If you look at here, we don't have Suresh text tutorials and then a style for this h2 element. So now I'm going to push. Okay, now to push, I should know the server name, right, which is nothing but the origin. That's what I have talked about. Whenever you do a clone, it is going to give you the server name, that is nothing but the origin. So if you want to see the server name, you can say git remote -v. Okay, this is called the name. Okay, this is called the origin. Now what we have to do is git push followed by the name of the server, which is nothing but origin, and then the branch, which is nothing but the master. Okay, and I am going to press enter. What happened? Your changes are pushing to the remote repository. Done. Now if you go back and give a refresh, okay, what happened? See here, done. See here, Suresh text tutorials. This is what Ramu has done, right? This is what the Ramu's task. His task is to change Suresh text to Suresh text tutorials. That is done. And then he has centered the introduction title. And if you look at here on the top, Ramu Tony 22 updated home page, completed 2 tasks. If you remember, this is what the commit message he has given when he has done the commit. So congratulations, you have completed your first practical session. And now, as I said earlier, if you ever clone the project, by default you will be given a folder with the name of the repository, right? And if you want some other name instead of the repository name, what you have to do is, so I'm going to clear it once. So cleared. Okay, now I am under Suresh Tech's repository. So I'm just going back once. Okay, now I am under Git projects. Now what I will say, git clone followed by the remote repository URL, which is nothing but here. This is what we copied right earlier when we cloned. So I am going to copy it. So I just copied. So I am going to paste it. After this, you have to provide a name which you want your folder to be named as. So I am going to say my project. Go enter. Okay, now if I say ls, look at here, my project. Previously it is Suresh Techs, but now it is my project. Okay, that's all about Git workflow practical example. Git cloning. As we discussed earlier, Git cloning is nothing but copying. Now for example, Deepak has placed this code into some kind of repository and Ramu wants to get it into his local system. So what will you do? He will do a clone which will basically get the entire code into his local system. Now for example, Ramu's task is to change this where b is equal to 5 to where b is equal to 10. So what will he do? He will do that change where b is equal to 5 to where b is equal to 10. Then he will have the updated code which will be sent to the repository again. So this is what actually happens in a typical company. So let's look at the diagram. So if you see here, this is a project which was placed in some kind of repositories like GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, etc. Now all the developers who wants to work on this project are going to clone this project into their own local systems. So once they clone that project into their own local system, so they'll have the same code which is available here under this central project. So once they are done with their task, they'll again push it back to the same repository. So this is what actually happens in any company. I hope you have got the actual use of clone. So let me go to the practical session. So if you ever wants to get any kind of project into your own local system, what you have to do, you have to basically does a clone. While doing a clone, you should say git clone followed by something here which is basically a repository, okay, which is basically a repository URL. Let me show that once. So I have opened Google Chrome and this is a repository which was named as sample project. So sample project is the name of the repository which has this code, which has a folder called assets, tests, about.html, home.html and some other pieces of files. Now for example, if you would like to get this project into your own local system, okay, so if you look at this page, somewhere there is a button called code. Have you found that? Yes, it is here. So this is called code, which says that if you use this button, you can get this entire code into your own local system. So let me click on that button. So it says clone with HTTPS. Okay, HTTPS is nothing but a protocol. And similarly, there is an option called use SSH. If you click on use SSH, you can clone the project using a protocol called SSH. So few of the companies will use HTTPS protocols and few of the companies will use SSH protocol. So it depends on company by company. So so here we are going to use HTTPS protocol. So I'm going to click on HTTPS protocol and here if you see it is saying that clone with HTTPS. So I'm going to clone this URL or basically I could say this project using HTTPS protocol. So for that I'm going to click on this button which is going to copy this URL. So I just clicked on that and after that what you have to do, you have to open your local git bash. So I'm going to open the local git bash. For that I just clicked on my Windows button in my Windows system and then I said git. So it is going to open up something like git bash. So I'm going to click on this. Okay, this is going to open up git bash for us. Okay, so if you haven't installed git bash into your local system so far, you can watch our previous tutorials to get it installed into your local system. So the first thing that you have to do once you open git bash is to identify the place where you want to place that project into. So here if I say ls, it is going to list all the directories, right? So here I want to place that project into a folder called Git project. So here I have a folder called Git project. So I'm going to move to that folder. So I'm going to say cd, which is basically changing the directory. Cd stands for change the directory, and I'm going to say git projects. Okay, so now I am under git projects, and if I say ls here, I have few projects here. It says my project, Suresh Tax, and these are the two projects which I have already. So I'm going to clear the console, which is going to clear up all this data. So this is just going to clear the output, nothing else. So I'm going to say clear. Okay, that's good. Now let me clone the project. So here I have a project called sample project. That's great. So I want this project to be placed into my own local system. So for that, what I am going to do, I am going to do a clone using clone with HTTPS. And for that, I just clicked on this, which has basically copied this URL. So now I am going to say git clone followed by that URL. So I am going to, oh, what happened? What happened? I don't know what happened. I don't know what I have copied. Okay, let me just clear it once. So I'm going to copy it once again. Okay, I just copied it. I don't know whether it is copying or not. I believe it's copying. Okay, I just copied it. So I'm going to say git clone, and then I'm going to paste it. Oh, this time it's fine. I don't know what happened previously. So I'm going to give an enter. So now it takes some time to get that project downloaded. I believe it's downloaded. Now if you say ls, look at here, you have got sample project into your local system, and the name is sample project. Where does this name coming from? If you look at here, the name of the repository, which is basically the sample project, right? So this is what the name of the repository is. So at any time, if you clone any kind of project, it is going to create a folder with the name of the repository. So here the name of the repository is the sample project, and that's why it has created a folder called sample project into your own local system. So if you go to that project by saying cd followed by sample project, okay, I am going to give ls. Look at here. So you have about.html assets. Where does all this coming from? Okay, look at here. Assets, tests, about.html, home.html, john, and testing.txt, right? Look at here, and you have all the information into your local system. So that's what a clone will do. Clone is nothing but getting the project from any kind of repositories into your own local system. So now you have cloned this project and you got into your local system. So now you can basically do your own tasks. Okay, cool. This is really working fine, and you have got the project into your local system. But one question here is, whenever you are cloning the project, by default it is going to create a folder with the name of the repository, right? Because the name of the repository here is sample project, and you have got the same directory created into your local system, and you are not happy with this directory name, and if you want to create some other name instead of this sample project, you can do that. So how do you do that? You have to say git clone followed by the repository URL followed by the name which you would like to give. So I am going to do that now. So for that, what I will do here is I am just going back once. So I'm going to list. So previously I have this sample project. I'm going to delete it now. So for that, I'm going to say rm-rf, and I'm going to say sample project. Okay, it's deleted. If you say ls, you don't have that project. Okay, so I'm going to just clear it once. So if you say ls, you don't have the project, right? Now what I will do is I'll say git clone followed by the repository URL. Okay, so I'm going to copy it from here, and then I'm going to paste it here. Okay, now if you enter, it is going to create the project with the name of this repository, which is nothing but a sample project. But I don't want this sample project name into my local system as a folder. So what I want instead, I want something like cool project. Okay, I am going to press enter. Okay, now if you look at here, I'm going to say ls. Look at here, you have got the project with the name which you have specified, which is nothing but cool project. And if you go to the cool project, okay, I'm going to say ls. Look at here. So you have all the files and folders which are listed in this repository, right? Assets, tests, about.html. Look at here, assets, and tests, testing.txt. So you have basically got all the files and folders which are listed in this repository. Okay, so that's great. So today we talked about git cloning, right? If you ever clone any kind of project, it is going to by default provide you a folder with the name of the repository, and if you ever want that folder to be named something different, you could do that using git clone followed by the git repository URL and then the preferred name. So for example, you are working on a project and which is not yet initialized with the Git. Now your manager would ask you to manage your project using Git. So the first thing that you need to do is to create a repository, because if you ever wanted to manage your project using Git, the first thing that you need to do is to create a repository. So if you are following our tutorials from the beginning, you might be knowing about what a repository is and how do we create a repository. So let me open Google Chrome and a GitHub account. So this is Ramu's account, and if you remember from the beginning we are helping Ramu. So this is Ramu's account, which is Ramu2022. And if you look at in the left side, by default whenever you open github.com and if you have logged in, and in the left side you can find all the repositories which were created earlier. So here we could see a repository called Suresh Text, right? And now if you want to create a new repository, you need to click on new. Okay, and it is going to ask you to provide a repository name, and basically a repository name has to reflect your project name. So for example, if you are working on a project called Sweetbox, because currently we are working on a project called Sweetbox, so here we would basically keep something similar to that name. So I am going to give Sweetbox here. So I will say Sweetbox. Okay, and Sweetbox is available. Okay, so that's fine. So and here under the description you need to provide the description about the repository, like what your repository is going to represent, or what are you going to do under your project. So I'm going to give this is a project about a Sweetbox, something like that. You can provide any kind of descriptions, and then the down you have two options called public and private, and the meaning of public is that anyone in the world can see your repository. So now you are creating a repository, right? And if you select public, anyone in the world can see your repository. That's fine, that's not a problem, because they can just see your repository but they can't do anything apart from that. So that's fine. And at the down you have an option to initialize this repository with readme. Okay, that's fine. So currently I don't want it, so I'm not going to select it, and I'm going to click on create repository. Okay, now if you look at here, the repository is created and you can find the repository URL here. Okay, so this is the repository URL which we can use to push our project into this repository. Okay, so now the repository is there with us, and we have the project into our local system, and this is the project which I have. So the project name is Sweetbox, which is basically a folder, and I have a folder called test inside that, and with two files called home and address. Okay, now this is our project which is not yet initialized with the Git, and I'm going to initialize Git, and I'm going to use the repository which we have created to push this code into this repository which we just created. So for that, what we need to do is, see, if you look at here, it is saying us if you ever wanted to initialize your project with Git, the first thing that you need to do is to say Git followed by init. Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to open Git bash. So to open Git bash, you just have to say Git bash, and I have the project in Git projects and then Sweetbox. So I'm going to say cd, which is nothing but the changing directory, and then followed by Git projects. Okay, if I say ls, here I can see Sweetbox projects. So I'm going to change to this directory, which is nothing but change directory Sweetbox. Okay, if I say ls, I can see all the files and folders which are part of this project. And if you look at here, this project is not yet initialized with the Git, because if this project gets initialized with the Git, there will be a folder called .git, right, which we had seen in our earlier tutorials. So it's not yet initialized with the Git, or the project is not yet managed by the Git. That's fine. Let's get started with initializing an existing project with Git. So for that, what we need to do, so the first thing which we need to do is to say git init. Okay, so I'm going to just clear it once so that the console output is going to be cleared. That's fine. And the first thing that you need to do is to say git init. Okay, so when you say git init, it is going to give up a console output as initialized empty git repository. And if you look close here, there are two things that will happen whenever you say git init. The first thing you can find in the right side. Previously this master was not there here, right? But whenever you have initialized your project with git, it is going to give you a default branch called master branch, and along with that one more thing happened, and that is what I'm going to show you now. If I say ls, what happened? I think you are not able to see the changes, right? But the change is there, but you are not able to see here. So if I go to the file explorer, you can find that. Look at here, previously we don't have this folder called .git, and if you are not able to see this folder, I'm going to say this is a hidden folder. So if you want to see that folder, just click on this view and then followed by hidden items. And in your case, if you're not able to see the .git folder, you have to check this box. So if you check this box, you could able to see .git. Okay, so this is a hidden folder which is going to be created for us whenever we initialize any kind of project. And the use of this .git folder is to track your files. This is the main folder which is going to does all the kind of operations. So previously we have talked about .git folder in our earlier tutorial. So if you have missed that, please do watch our previous tutorials to get that knowledge. Okay, so what happened whenever we did this, it has done two things, like it has created a default branch called master, and at the same time it has created a folder called .git. So I am going back to the second step, which is nothing but to add the files. Okay, so before adding the files, I am going to say git status. Now if you look at here, whenever I say git status, it is going to list up all the files which are in untracked state. Okay, so I'm going to talk about what an untracked and what a tracked is in our next tutorials when we talk about git status lifecycle. But for now we have few files which are untracked. Okay, and those files are address.txt, home.txt, and a test folder. Basically all the files and folders which are part of our project. That's fine. So now what we need to do, we need to basically add those files or folders. Okay, so before that, okay, so I'm going to add those files or folders now. So for that, what I need to do is, so if you ever want to add any file or folder, you just need to say git add followed by that file name. Okay, so I'm going to say paste here, so it is going to add up, and similarly you need to say copy and then paste. But this is going to take some time, right? Instead, if you ever want to add all the files and folders which are in untracked, you just need to say git add followed by dot. So dot is going to add up all the files and folders which are in untracked recursively. Okay, so I'm going to give an enter now. Enter. So now what happened if I say git status? What happened? All these files were added, which are nothing but all these files are moved to a place called staging area. So previously when we talked about git workflow, we have discussed about working directory, staging area, and then local repository and the remote repository, right? So now whenever I have done an add, these files were added to a place called staging area. If you look at here, it is saying that git remove cached and then the file to unstays. What do you mean by to unstays? When do you say to unstays? If the files were already in the staged state, then only you will say to unstays, right? So that means these files are in staged state now. That's fine. Just remember these files are in staged state, and I'm going to talk about this in much detail. So let me go back to the next step. The next step is to commit. Okay, and even if you look at here, it says changes to be committed. That means these are the changes which are to be committed. So I am going to say git commit. Now if I give an enter, it is going to show up notepad++ for me, because earlier I have configured notepad++ with git. But in your case, if you haven't followed our previous tutorials, it is going to open up AVI editor by default, and it will be bit difficult for you to do the changes there. So for now I am going to give an inline commit, and the use of inline commit is that you are going to give the message in the command line itself, and there is no need to open up any kind of editor. So if you ever want to give the inline commits, you just need to say git commit followed by -m. M stands for giving a message, and then followed by a double quote, and then the message which you want to give for that particular commit. And the message that you need to give here is to basically reflect the changes that you have done so far. So what we have done, we could basically say this is an initial commit. That might be one thing, or you can say added all the files, or added all the initial files. You could say anything. So but for now I am going to say initial commit. Okay, and I am going to give an enter. Okay, so the files have been committed now. Okay, and the next step is to add the remote origin. What is this? Git remote followed by add, and then the origin and our git repository URL, right? So this is the repository URL which has been generated for us whenever we have created a repository. Okay, so this is what is that. Okay, that's fine, but what is this git remote add origin? As I said earlier, whenever you want to communicate with the repository, once you made any kind of clone, right, you need to use a name called origin, and I said that the origin is the default name which will be provided to us whenever we clone any kind of project, right? And this is what is that. So here we are basically providing a name to the server. Okay, so this is our git repository URL, and we are providing a name to this server. Okay, to this server. Okay, so I am going to provide that name as git remote add followed by origin. So here don't get confused with this name, because you can give any kind of name here, but most of the people are going to use or use it to this name. That's why we are using this name here, but if you want to give any other name, you are welcome to give that name. Okay, so for now I am going to follow the others. So I am going to say git remote add and then the origin, and then you need to provide the repository URL. So I am going to copy this. So this has been copied now, and I am going to paste it here. So what are we doing here is just to provide the communication between our local project and the remote repository. So for that I am just adding the server name as origin. That's it. But okay, before doing this, let me okay, so before giving an enter, I am going to just give a back press, and let's check what are the previous remote repositories or the previous servers that were added. So if you ever wanted to know about the other remote servers that were added in your project, you just have to say git remote followed by -v. So v here is nothing but verbose, which is going to show up all the details. So I'm going to press enter. See, nothing has been added, right? So that's what we are doing here. So since nothing was added to your existing project, so I'm going to add it now. So to add it, you just have to say git remote. Okay, let's me confirm it, git remote add, and then the origin followed by the repository URL. Okay, sorry, that was copied earlier, right? So I'm going to copy it now, and I'm going to paste it here. Enter. Okay, now if you say git remote -v, it has to show up some data. Okay, if you look at here, now since we have added this, it is going to show up origin to fetch, and then the origin to push. So basically, if you ever wanted to fetch the data, I'm going to talk about fetch in our next tutorials, and push also. But basically, if you ever want to fetch or push, we can use this name instead of this entire URL. Okay, now the next thing is to push the entire code. Okay, git push -u origin master. So I am going to say git push. What is that? Okay, so I need to talk about this -u, right? So -u nothing but upstream. So u here stands for upstream, and I'm going to talk about what an upstream is in our next tutorials in detail. And but for now I'm going to use this -u. Okay, so I'm going to say -u followed by origin and then the master, which is nothing but the branch where I am going to push these changes to. So git push -u origin and then the master. Give an enter. Okay, so it is going to give up the credentials which we need to log into GitHub. So I'm going to just say ramu22 at gmail.com, followed by the password, which is nothing but the one which I am entering now. So I am going to say data enter. So this should push our changes to the GitHub. So let's check it. Okay, now the changes were pushed. Okay, so the changes were pushed, and I am going to open GitHub and I am going to refresh it. Look at here. So we have got the folder, the files which were there in my project, which are basically, if I say ls, look at here. So whatever the files and folders which are in this project were added to this repository. So this is what I was discussing about, right? So this is how we will initialize Git with an existing project. Okay, let me go back to the presentation once and let's see if we have missed anything. Okay, so we have done the Git init just to initialize Git into our existing project, and then Git add to add all the files which are going to be added into the staging area, and then followed by a Git commit, and finally we have added the remote repository into our local system with the name which we wanted to give. So we have given origin here, and you can basically give any other name if you are liking to give. And finally the remote repository URL, and finally we have done a push. So this is the Git working flow which we have discussed earlier. So I am going to relate this with the changes that I have done so far. So the first thing that I have done is to add the changes to the staging area, and for that I have done add. So I did git add followed by dot write, which I have added all the files and folders into the staging area, and then I did a commit which pushed my changes to a local repository, and then finally I have done a push which has pushed the changes to a remote repository, right? So this is what we have done so far, and I hope you have got how to initialize Git with an existing project. Take any kind of project which is getting managed by Git. There will be two types of files. One is called untracked file and the other one is called tracked files. And the files which are getting tracked by Git are called tracked files, and the files which are not getting tracked by Git are called untracked files. So if you ever wanted to know about the files which are getting tracked or which are not getting tracked by Git, there is a command called git ls -file. So I'm going to show up that command right now. Okay, so currently I have a project called status lifecycle. Okay, this is stat. Okay, so let me rename this to status. Okay, so we have a project called status lifecycle with two files called home and address and a folder called test. So I am going to open this project into my git bash. So I am under git projects, and if I say ls, I could able to see that project. Yeah, so status lifecycle. So I am going to change the directory to status lifecycle. So I just cleared, and if I say git status, what it said, okay, it said not a Git repository, right? Yeah, this project is there, but it's not yet initialized with the Git. So if you don't know how to initialize an existing project with the Git, you can watch our earlier tutorials to get to know about that. So since we had discussed about that already, so I am going to initialize Git with this project. So if you ever wanted to initialize Git with an existing project, you just need to say git init. Okay, so enter. So initialize an empty Git repository. Okay, so whenever you initialize Git with an existing project, it is going to give you the default branch called master, and it is going to give you a folder called .git. Okay, that's fine. So we have the project with the Git initialized. Okay, so if I say git status, okay, what is it saying? Okay, so it is saying that you are in the master branch. That's fine. Yes, we are in the master branch, and that it is saying that no commit set. That means we haven't done any kinds of commit so far, and it's saying that there are some untracked files. Yes, so these are the files and folders which are part of my project and which are listed as untracked files. So that's what I'm saying here. There are few files which are called untracked, and there are few files or folders which are called tracked. So here these files and folders are called untracked files. Okay, so this is the first stage where you will have all the files and folders in untracked state. Okay, Now I am going to do something so that these untracked files will become tracked files. Okay, and in the tracked files there are again three stages which are called unmodified, modified and staged. That means the files or the folders which are moved to the tracked will have either unmodified, modified or staged. That's fine. So let's get into the practical session now. So I have the files which are in untracked now. So I'm just going to clear it once and I'm going to say git status. Okay. So we have few files which are in untracked. Okay. That's fine. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this home.txt to the tracking stage. So for that what I have to do is to add it. Okay, so if you look at here, git add to include what will be committed. So I'm going to talk about this in some time, but for now I'm going to add this home.txt. Okay, so I'm going to say git add home.txt, enter. Okay, if I say git status now, so what it said, there is a new file. Okay, there is a new file called home.txt. This has to be committed is what it is saying. Changes to be committed, and if you look at here, to unstage, what do you mean by to unstage here? To unstage is nothing but this file is in staged state now. That's correct, right? Whenever you have some files in the staged state, then only you will say that to unstage, right? So that's what it is saying here. That means home.txt is in staging area. So that means it is here. Okay, this is here. So what do you understand by here? So whenever you have any kind of untracked files and if you say git add, they will be moved to a state called staged. That's what happened here. So previously this file which is called home.txt is in untracked state, and since we have added home.txt, that's why it's moved to a place called staging area. So as I said earlier, all the files which are tracked are getting tracked by git, right? So if I say git ls minus files, it has to list home.txt. So if you look at here, now it has listed home.txt because now git is tracking this home.txt file. I guess you got it now. What exactly git ls minus files is going to do? It is going to list up all the files which are getting tracked by git. So if you look at here, changes to be committed, that means these are the changes which needs to be committed. Okay, so let me do that. Okay, I'm going to say git and then followed by commit, git commit, and if I give enter here, it is going to open up the default editor. In my case, it is going to be a notepad++, because earlier we have configured notepad++ with git, and in your case, if you are not following our previous tutorials, it is going to open up VI editor for you where you need to enter the commit message. But now I'm going to use an inline commit. So if you ever wanted to give an inline commit, you just have to say git commit followed by -m, which is basically message, and then I'm going to give a double quote where I'm going to add the commit message. So I'll say added home file. Okay, and I'm going to give an enter. So this is called inline commit. Okay, enter. What happened now? This has been committed, and now if you say git status, what is it going to display? If you look at here, that file is not there, which is basically our home.file is not listed here. Where is that? If you say ls, does it display? Yeah, home.txt is listing here, but when you say git status, it is not going to be listed here because the files which will be moved to unmodified state will not be listed in git status. If you look at here, this is what we have done. The files which are in the staged state are committed now, right? That's what I have done. So previously we have added home.txt to the staging area, and then I have done a commit which has been moved those files to the unmodified state. That's why they are not listed here. You can see here only untracked files are there, but the files which are in unmodified state will not be listed here. Okay, this is a note point. Okay, I'm going to clear it now. Okay, so now we have two untracked files. So if I say git status, we have two untracked files, and a file is in unmodified state, but we are not able to see that. That's fine. So the note point here is all the files which are in the unmodified state should be sent to the remote repository using a command called git push. That's fine. So currently we have home.txt is in unmodified state. That means the file which was committed just now. Now if you ever wanted to modify the file which is in the unmodified state, you can do that. Okay, so let me modify it once. So to modify, what I am going to do is just I'm I'm going to say ls once. So this is what I want to modify. So if you ever wanted to modify the files, you can use the default editor called vi, but using the vi editor is a bit difficult. So if you have followed our previous tutorials to integrate notepad++ with git, you can use npp, right, which is going to open up notepad++ to modify home.txt. That's fine, but if you are watching this tutorial for the first time, so I'm going to help you by using vi editor. So if you want to open home.txt with the vi editor, you just have to say vi followed by home.txt. Okay, so it is going to open this file which has the data called hi all, welcome to Suresh Techs, single page to solve technology problems. That's fine. Okay, so I just added some data here, that's fine, so don't think much about it. So if you ever wanted to update, or if you ever wanted to modify this file which has been opened in vi editor, you just have to press I in your keyboard, which will move to insert mode. Once you move to the insert mode, you can update or you can add new changes. So since I'm in insert mode now, I can add here. So what I'm going to say is to do this. Okay, so I hope you will do this. So once you have done your changes, the first thing that you need to do is to press escape button. Okay, when you press escape button, you will go out of the insert mode. Okay, I pressed escape and I'm out of insert mode. So now what I'm going to do is to press shift colon and then WQ. Here W stands for write and Q stands for quit. So I have done some changes and I'm writing and quitting out of this VI editor. So I'm going to press enter. So now what happened, I have a modified file. So if I say git status now, okay, git status, now you can see here you have a file home.txt which is in modified state. So now what happened, whenever you change or whenever you modify any of the unmodified files, they will be moved to the modified state. That's what I have done, right? I have edited this file which is home.txt and it's been moved to modified state, right? And if you want these modified files to go into the staging area, you need to add them again. That's what it is saying here, changes not staged for commit. That means you have to stage them, okay, and then you need to follow a commit. Okay, so first thing that you need to do here is git add and then the file name. Okay, then it will be moved to the staging area. So now what I'm going to do is git add followed by home.txt. Okay, enter. Now if I say git status, it is going to display under staging area. Okay, git status, look at here, it is saying changes to be committed. That means your file is in staging area now. You can see here also to unstaged. That means your file is in staging area now. Okay, now that's what we have done. So we have edited and then we have staged that file to the staging area again. Now what you have to do, if you want this staging file to be added to the unmodified state, you just need to say git commit. Okay, so I'm going to just say git commit -m to give an inline commit, and I'm going to say updated home file. Okay, enter. That's fine. So if I say git status now, look at here, it's not listed because it is in unmodified state now. So this is how the different state lifecycle methods are going to work, right? So now we have discussed about unmodified, modified and the staging area. Now you got to know that all the files which are committed would be listed under unmodified state, and if you remove those commits, they will be added again to the untracked state. So I'm going to talk about removing the commits or removing the last commit or removing the nth commit in our further tutorials, but for now just remember that if you ever remove the commits, they will be again added to the untracked state. And finally, the files which are committed would be pushed to the remote repository, right? So this is what the entire status lifecycle is all about. So far we talked about the git status. Now whenever you are saying git status, right, so if I say git status, okay, so if you look at here, you have a large paragraph of data, right? So it is saying that you have some untracked files and then those files were listed. So it is going to show up very large amount of data. Instead, if you want to get a small status, right, with a small description, right, you can use a command called git status followed by -- short. So it is going to give you a short status, right? So for that I'm going to say git status followed by short. So here you can either use short or you can also use -s, something like this. like this. Either you can use this or you can use short. Okay, so I am just using it now. So if you look at here, this has displayed two question marks. So two question marks here is nothing but this file is in untracked state. That's what happened, right? So previously when you say git status, it has listed two files under untracked files. So now when you say git status followed by short, it is not going to give you all these details, right? It is just going to give you the files using some kind of characters before those files. So here two question mark states that these files are in untracked state, and similarly the files which are in the staging area would be represented as A, and similarly the files which are in the modified files would be stated as M. So this is all about git status lifecycle. There are times when you don't want some of the files to be pushed to the remote repository. See, for example, you have created a project using Android Studio or Visual Studio. So these are basically tools, right? So whenever you create a project using some kind of tools, it is going to create some automatically generated folders or the files, right? See, for example, if you have ever created any project using Android Studio, it is going to create a folder called build. And similarly, if you have ever created any project using Visual Studio, it is going to create a folder called node modules, and these are the automatically generated folders, right? You don't want them to be pushed to the remote repository as they are going to take a lot of space. And of course, since they are automatically generated folders, the other developers who clones your project would get it from his build system, right? So I don't want these files to be pushed to the remote repository, so I'll use a concept called git ignore. Okay, let me quickly open my project and let's get started. So I have Git bash already opened and I have a project called ignore project. That's fine. So let me just say ls. I have few files and folders. Look at here, I have node modules folder and then I have build folder. That's awesome. Now if I say git status, it is going to list up all the files and folders, right, which are in my project address.txt, and it is showing up all the different files and folders. Now I don't want this build and node modules to be pushed to the remote repository, for example, right? For that, the first thing that you need to do is to create a file which has the extension gitignore. Look at here, there will be no name to this file. The name is nothing here, there is no name here, right? But the extension is gitignore, right? Look at here, extension is gitignore because .gitignore. So the extension is gitignore, but there is no name to this file. Okay, so I am going to create that file now. So if you wanted to create a new file, you can create it from the git bash, or you can open any editor of your choice and you can create there also. That's not a problem, but for now I am going to create the file in the git bash itself using an editor called vi, because vi is the default editor which will be shipped along with the git bash. So I am going to use vi editor here. Okay, so I'll say vi followed by .git ignore. But before creating this file, let me open this project in the explorer. Okay, file explorer. Look at here, we don't have .gitignore file, right? Okay, now I'm going to create it. Okay, so we are basically creating a new file, but I'll not add any data. Instead, I'll just save this file. Okay, for that I'm going to say shift colon followed by wq. Okay, enter. Now if I say ls, look at here, where is our file which we have created? It will not list here. Instead, if you go to your file explorer, you can find that file. Look at here, you have a file which has the extension git ignore. So you got the file created. So what is our next step? The next step is to add some rules so that git will not look at these files or the folder which you don't want to push to the remote repository. Now the first thing that I want is to forget about build, because I don't want this build folder to be pushed to the remote repository. For that, what I have to do is to write a rule. So I am going to open .gitignore file. Okay, .gitignore, done. Enter. Okay, if you ever wanted to add data into your vi editor, the first thing you need to do is to go to the insert mode. For that, you need to press I in your keyboard. When you press I, it will go to the insert mode. Now you are under insert mode where you can add the data. Okay, now what you can do is to add a rule to ignore build folder. Okay, if you ever wanted to ignore any folder, right, in our case it is build folder, and in your case it might be different, right? So you just need to specify that folder name, build. Done. That's what our folder name is, right? Build, and then followed by forward slash. What does this particular rule here represents? That to ignore all the files which has the directory named build. So it will basically search in your entire project for the folder name which has build, and it will ignore that folder. Okay, so I'm going to save this. So I'm pressing escape followed by shift WQ, shift colon WQ, enter. Now if I say git status, look at here, is the build folder listing here? No, right? Build folder is not listing because we just ignored it, right? Similarly, let me ignore node modules folder. Okay, so for that again I'm going to open .git ignore. So I'll go to the insert mode by pressing I, and then followed by node underscore modules, and then forward slash. Same procedure, right? Now again I'm going to press escape followed by shift colon WQ. Done. Now if I say git status, look at here. So now we have ignored build folder and the node modules folder. Now we are safe because they are automatically generated folders. We don't want them to be pushed to the remote repository. Fine. Now if you look at our project closely, you can find few files which has the extension log, and I don't want them to be pushed to the remote repository. So for that I wanted to add a rule. Now for example, if I don't want this debug.log to be pushed to the remote repository, so what I will do is to add this particular file. So for that I'm going to open git ignore. Okay, so here I'll go to the insert mode by pressing the I. Here I'll mention the file name which I don't want to push to the remote repository. So here I want debug.log not to be pushed to the remote repository, right? So I'll just specify that particular file name. So I'm going to press escape followed by shift colon WQ. Done. Now if I say git status, look at here, debug.log is ignored. Okay, what do you mean by ignore here? Does it delete from our project? No, it will not be deleted from our project. Look at here. You can find that file here, but it will not be tracked by Git. That's all. So now if I say git status, look at here, it will not be listed here, which is nothing but you can't push it to the remote repository. Now just think that you are working on a very big project and you have thousands of .log files and you don't want them to be pushed to the remote repository. Then how will you do? You have to basically enter all those files name in the gitignore file, right? No. There is a way to do that. We can add a regular expression. Okay, so for that what I will do is to open git ignore file. Done. Now what I will do is to go to the insert mode by pressing I. That is also done. Now I have to write a regular expression. What I will do here is to add star. Star here says that I am taking all the files. Okay, star means all the files, and then followed by the extension you wanted to ignore. Okay, I will say .log. What do you mean by this? All the files which has the extension log will be ignored. That's it. Now I'll press escape followed by shift colon WQ. Done. If I say git status now, okay, it should not display log files. Look at here. So it has ignored all the files which has the extension log. Now one question may arise, what if I want one particular file which has the .log extension to be pushed to the remote repository? Good question, right? You have 1000 files, you have ignored all the files using star.log, but what if you want one particular file to be pushed to the remote repository? How will you handle it? There is a way for that. Okay, so if I say ls here, I have few files, right? For example, I want prod.log, which is basically production.log file. So I want this particular file to be pushed to the remote repository. Okay, how will you handle it? So for that I will do it now. I will open .gitignore file. Okay, vi space .gitignore, enter. I will go to the insert mode, and here, so what does the top line says? Ignore all the files which has the .log extension, right? Now let me write a new rule. Okay, so I am going to enter exclamation mark. followed by the file which I wanted to push to the remote repository. So in this case it is prod.log, right? It is prod.log. So what does this line says? Accept prod.log. It says that to accept prod.log. The top line says take all the files which has the extension log, and the bottom line says accept prod.log. You take all the files but leave prod.log. That's what we are saying here. Okay, I am going to press escape followed by WQ. We are just writing and then quitting. Now if I say git status, look at here, you got prod.log. Awesome, right? So in this way there are a lot of rules you will come across whenever you work on the real projects. So I have touched few basic rules which we come across often, but in your case you may come across some other rule. So if you ever come across such type of rules and if you are stuck, you can always mention in our comment section and we will be always there to help you guys. Git diff. Diff is nothing but differentiation. But what kind of difference do we want here? Yes, if you remember our status lifecycle, right? Earlier we talked about status lifecycle. There will be few files which are in untracked state and the few files which will be in the tracked state, right? And the files which are in the tracked will have different states like unmodified, modified and staged, right? So this is what we looked in our earlier tutorials. And if you remember, whenever you say git status, it is going to list up all the different files, right? It is going to list up the files. But what if you want to know the changes that were done in that files? Exactly, that's what Git Diff is going to do. If you ever wanted to know the files which were changed, you can use Git status, which will list up the files. But if you wanted to know the changes that happened in those files, you have to use a command called Git Diff. Okay, let me quickly open Git Bash. So I have Git Bash already opened and I am in a project with the name diff project, which is initialized with the git already. Okay, if I say ls, you can see this project has two files named address.txt and main.txt. Now if I say git status, look at here, it has shown two files under untracked state. That means this project has two files which are in untracked state as per this diagram, right? So we have two untracked files. Now Git status has listed me two files, and what I said, git diff is going to show up the differences which happened in that file. So if I say git diff now, does it show any data? It will not show, because git diff will always compare what is there in the working directory with what is there in the staged area. That means currently you have files in the working directory which is nothing but the untracking state, and it is going to compare with the file which is in the staging area. So now if you say git diff, it is not going to show up any data because it doesn't have any file which is in the staging area. Okay, let me just send one of these two files into the staging area. Okay, I will send this address.txt to the staging area by using a command called git add, right? So I'll just say git add followed by address.txt, right? Enter. Now this file is in the staging area. So if I say git status, okay, now it has shown one file, two unstaged. What do you mean by two unstaged? Two unstaged means this file is in the staged area, and if you wanted to unstage, you can use this command. So what you should understand from this, you should understand that this file is in the staging area. Then only you will say unstaged, right? So this file is in the staging area. That's fine. Now what if you say git diff? Does it show any data? No, it will not show, because the file which is in the staging area and the file which is in the working directory, right, both have the same data. That's why if I give an enter now, it will not show up any data. Now what I will do, I will try to modify some data to the file which is in the staging area. Okay, now I will open address.txt using the vi editor and I'm just entering. Now look at here, we have Suresh text and everywhere and tech.suresh yadam. So tech.suresh yadam is basically the email ID. So here I have forgot to add at gmail.com. So I will update this to at gmail.com. Okay, so I have just updated this data and I'll press escape followed by shift WQ. I am just writing and then quitting. Enter. Okay, now just think, if I say git status, okay, it has shown up some data, right? It has shown up changes to be committed. That's fine. But if you wanted to know about the differences that happened, okay, what you need to use? Git diff, right? Now just think, does it show any data? Yes, it does so, because now it will compare the file which is in the working directory with the file which is in the staging area. And your staging area has some extra data when you compare it with the working directory, right, which is at gmail.com. That's why it has to show up the data. So let me enter now. Enter. Done. Look at here, you got this information, right? So this is what the previous information, and this is what the latest information, right? So this is what you have added. That's why it is showing here. Previously we have this line which was removed here, a red color and minus says it was not there, and this is the new edition. Plus means addition, right? So this is the new edition, tech.suresharan@gmail.com. This is how the diff is going to work. Status will list up the files which were changed, and diff will list up all the changes that were actually happened. Now I wanted to tell one bonus tip here which I use it to follow. See, for example, whenever you work on projects, you will do some kind of experiments, right? Say for example, you are working on some kind of feature and you don't know the exact logic which you need to follow for that particular feature. You will write something, right? And if you feel like you want to keep that as a backup, okay, you can take the patch of it. Patch is nothing but a file which will have all the changes which you have done. And how do I get the changes? If I say git diff, it is going to give me all the changes that were done. And once I get the changes, I will pass those changes to a file. Okay, let me quickly show that. Okay, so I'll just say git diff followed by greater than symbol followed by the file which I wanted to keep these changes into. So I'll just say maybe feature one dot patch. Okay, now give enter. Okay, done. If I say ls, now you can find a file which has this. Okay, now let me open this in the file explorer, and let me go to gitignore project is our earlier project, and we are in diff project. Okay, look at here, feature one dot patch. I'll open it with the notepad. Look at here, this is how you will get. Look at this, address.txt is modified and the modification is here. Plus here says that this is what modified. So this is one way to take the backup of the changes that you have done for a particular feature. I usually follow this, and if you like it, you can just keep a note of it and you can try the same. Git commit. If you remember our earlier tutorial regarding Git workflow, I said that there will be 4 stages in the entire Git workflow. 1. The working directory. 2. The staging area. 3. The local repository. And finally the remote repository. At first, our files will be placed under a working directory, and then we use a command called git add to move the working directory files into a place called staging area, which is also known as index area, right? And then the files which are in the staging area will be moved to the local repository using git commit. That's what we are talking here. Okay, let me quickly open git bash. So I have git bash opened and I am in a project called diff project, which we had seen in our earlier project regarding git diff. So if I say git status here, okay, git status, okay, I have few files which needs to be committed. That means these files are in staging area, okay, which is nothing but this area, right? So currently I have few files under staging area. I wanted to move them to the local repository using git commit, right? So first thing that I have to do is to say git commit. Now two things you should remember here. Whenever I say git commit followed by an enter, right, if you haven't configured notepad++ with git using our earlier tutorials, it is going to open vi editor for you. And in case if you have configured notepad++ using our earlier tutorials, it will open notepad++ for you, where you can give some commit message. So just remember that, and since we have configured notepad++ already, it will open notepad++ for me. But before that, just look at the status message which we have received, right? So previously when I say git status, it is listing me all this data, right? Okay, just remember that. So now I am going to press enter. Look at here. If you remember our earlier git status, look at here, on branch, no commit set, this all information is present here. Look at here, on branch master, the initial commit, right? So at any time whenever you say git commit, right, it will open a file with the name commit underscore edit msg followed by some comments. If you look at here, there is a hash symbol, right? This says this is a comment line, right? This is a comment. Okay, it will open a file with the name commit underscore edit message, and which will have all the information of your previous git status. Look at here, this is a git status, right? So your commit file will have this all information, right? Look at here, on branch initial commit, and then changes to be committed, right? So this will have all this information, and along with that there will be a blank line on the top. Here you need to enter a message which relates to your changes. See, for example, you have added all these files, right? For example, in your case, you might have done something else like modifying some files. It can be anything. Then what you need to do, you need to add a message regarding that. For example, you have modified something, you can just say updated address file, something like that. You can give any message and then just save this and then close this. Okay, closed, that means done. Your commit was done, right? Now if you say git status, look at here. Now if you say git status, nothing is there because it was committed. So this is called direct commit. Okay, now the commit was done. Now if you say git log, okay, it will show you the commit information. Look at here, this is the commit and this is the commit ID. So I am going to talk about what is commit ID in our git branching tutorial. But for now, just think that whenever you give a commit, it is going to generate an ID for you, and along with that you can look here, there will be author. Author is the one who has created this project, okay, and then the date when you have done this commit. Look at here, okay, this is the time when I have done this commit, and along with that the message I have given for this particular commit. This is what I have given, right? Updated address file. So this commit will have all the information, and we got this commit using a command called git log, and I'm going to talk about git log in a separate tutorial which is going to come up soon. But for now, just think that whenever you want to push anything to the remote repository, you should have to commit the changes. Okay, done. Now this is one way of commit, and it is called direct commit. There is another way. Okay, but before that, let me quickly do some changes which will be pushed to the remote repository. Okay, so these are the files which we have, right? Okay, now I will do some changes in the main.txt file. Okay, and if you look at here, we have I Suresh Text, we are subscribing your channel as we are impressed. Okay, I'm just kidding. I have just written this. In case if you are impressed, you can subscribe and hit the like button. Okay, so here I am going to add some more data. What should I add? Let me add another paragraph and do this. Okay, I'm not demanding, but small request. Okay, now I am going to give shift colon followed by WQ. Done. Okay, so if I say git status now, what happened? It will show this is modified, and we need to do git add, which will go to the staging area, right, which we know already. So I'll say git add dot. Okay, done. Now if I say git status, okay, you can see one file is in the staged area. Now since this file is in the staging area, we can do a commit. So earlier we just looked at this commit, right, which is called the direct commit. Now there is one more way. Earlier when we used git commit, it opened a file with the name commit underscore edit msg and a few lines which has the status information, right, which we had seen earlier. Instead, if you would like to add all the changes that you have done for this particular commit, you can add them by using git commit followed by -v. V here stands for verbose. Okay, now if I say enter, look at here. Earlier when you say git commit, it has just displayed this data, right, this particular comments, but now along with this you got the changes that you have done for this particular commit, right? So this is what you have done. Look at here, plus is what the new change which was happened, right? So this is what you have added, right? You have added a paragraph and then please subscribe. Okay, so if you look at here, this is a new change. So if you ever wanted to add the changes also to your commit, then you can use a command called git commit followed by -v. And as usual, you will be having a blank line on the top where you can give the commit message. Okay, so I'm going to say updated, what I'll say updated main file, something like this, and I'm going to save it and I'm going to close it. Done. This particular commit is done. So this is another way of committing. And one more commit is there which is called inline commit. What do you mean by inline commit? Inline commit does not open any of the editors. Instead, we can complete the commit in a single line. Okay, so I'm going to do that now. So I'll say git commit followed by -m. M here stands for message, and then followed by double quotes where you can give the commit message, right? So this is the another way. Okay, I'm going to do that now, but for that we again need some changes to be added to the staging area, right? So I will open address.txt and look at here, and I am going to add some data here. What should I add here? Okay, simply I'll say this is our address. You can contact us at any time. Done. Okay, I'm going to press escape followed by shift colon WQ, enter. Done. Now if I say git status, okay, it's modified. I'm going to say git add dot, done. If I say git status, it is going to list up the file which is in the staging area where I can do the commit. Now I will do an inline commit. Git commit followed by -m and the message which you wanted to give. I'll say updated address file. Done. So this is called the inline commit. So it is not going to open any of the editors, but the commit will be done. Okay, so I'm going to enter now. Look at here, the commit is done, but it hasn't opened any of the editors. So in this way, there are three kinds of commits. One is the direct commit, one is the commit with the verbose message, which will have all the changes, right? And similarly, inline commit. So these are the different ways to commit in Git. Git log is nothing but Git history. Then what kind of history do you need here? Say for example, you were asked to work on a project which was not started by you, but it was started by someone else, but you were asked to work on that project and you don't know anything about that project. So whenever you were asked to work on a project, so the first thing that you will do is to clone the project into your local system. So once you clone the project into your local system, you will try to understand the project because it was not started by you. You will have to go through the entire project. You need to go through the entire project flow. Now, if you wanted to know about the entire history of the project, like who has started the project or who has done the last commit or what kind of changes were done or what is the current state of the project, if you wanted to know about all this information, right, there is one important command called Git Log, which is going to provide the entire history of the project. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to download any project from Google. Okay, so I will try to open Google Chrome and I will try to open any of the project which I don't know about. Okay, because I wanted to show it in practical. So let me open Google Chrome. Right, I have Google Chrome opened. Right, okay, let me open Google Chrome. That's not a so I am opening the Google Chrome. Right, done. So what do we say? Simple Android or HTML or simple HTML projects in GitHub, because I just want to download any project and just want to see the entire history of that project. Okay, so we have some project here which says beginner HTML site styled. Okay, let's see what is that. Okay, so this project is there, which has 11 commits. If you see here, this has 11 commits, and if you see here, a simple one-page website created to help learn HTML. That's fine. So let me try to get this project into my own system. So for that, I am going to clone this project. So I'll use clone with HTTPS. So I've just copied this, and I have Git Bash already opened, and I'm in a folder called Git projects. So I will try to clone that project into my local system using git clone. Okay, sorry, I'll have to copy this, right? So copied, and I'm going to paste it here. Done. enter. Okay, yeah, done. Yes, it's done. So now if I say ls, we can see that project. Look at here, we have got the project beginner HTML site styled. If you look at the repository name, it should be the same. Look at here, beginner HTML site styled. So whenever you clone any project, right, it is going to create a folder with the repository name, right, which we had seen in our earlier tutorials. Now let me open that project by using cd, which is nothing but the change directory followed by beginner HTML site styled. Okay, I am going to press enter. Okay, if I say ls, I can see all the files and folders which are part of that project. Okay, I'm going to clear it once. Okay, so I'm just clearing the console outputs. Okay, I'm going to just say ls once again, and these are the files and folders which are part of this project. Now what I said, if I wanted to know the entire history of the project, I'll have to say git log, right? So I'll just say git log, enter, done. If you look at here, it has given me lot of information with all the commits which are part of this project. Oh, my hen, it's making a lot of sound, sorry guys. So that's okay. So if you look at here, there are 11 commits, right? So, and whenever you say git log, it is going to provide you all those commits which are part of your project. Now in this screen we can see 3 commits, right? One, which is the top, 1, 2 and 3. And if I scroll down, these are the different commits which are part of this project, right? And this is the end. And if I'm going up, I can see the latest commit which was done. Okay, so this was the latest commit which was done, adding COC file, and this was done at April 4, 2019. Look at here. So in this way, it is going to provide a lot of information. Now this is simple git log without any parameters. So if you say git log without any parameters, it is going to list out all the different commits which happened in this project. Now in this case, we have 11 commits in the entire project, right? We have 11 commits, and it is displaying 11 commits. But most of the projects will have n number of commits, say it be 100,000. There can be a lot of commits, and if you wanted to limit those number of commits, say if you wanted to get last 5 commits, you can do that by passing the number of commits that you wanted to get. So I am just pressing Q, which is basically to come out of it. So now what I'll say, git log followed by dash and the number of commits that I want. See, again it is making sound. Okay, leave it. So git log, I'm just saying 3. So it is going to provide me last 3 commits which happened in this project. Okay, I'm giving enter. Look at here. So it has given 1, 2 and 3, right? So this is 1, 2 and 3. If I come down, nothing is there. See, okay, since the screen occupied all the 3 commits, let me give 1. You will get to know. Okay, done. Now if you look at here, it has just given me the last commit. So in this way you can limit the number of commits. So in this way you can limit the number of commits that you want, and it will be very much useful if you are a lead developer and if you wanted to review the code. Say one of your team member has pushed the code and you want to review the last commit which was happened. In that case you can use git log followed by the number of commits. Say the number of last few commits which you wanted to review. So in that way you can limit the number of commits. So in this way there are a lot of other options we can pass to git log command. So let me quickly go through my presentation once. Okay, so these are the basic commands which we come across. We had looked at git log and then git log minus p. Okay, we haven't looked at git log minus p, right? Let me show that quickly. Right, whenever I say git log, it is giving me all the different commits that happened in the project. But what if I wanted to know the changes that were happened along with those commits? So currently it is just providing me the commits, but what if I wanted to know the changes also along with those commits? So at that time we can pass an additional parameter called minus p, which is nothing but patch. P here stands for patch. So I'm going to do that now. So git log followed by dash dash patch. You can either use dash dash patch, or else you can also use git log followed by minus p. So it is going to provide you the commits and at the same time the changes that were happened with that commits. So I'm going to press enter. Now look at here. Previously it has given us the commit, but now along with this commit it has given the changes that were happened with that commit. Look at here. So these are the changes that were happened. So what happened? There was one addition, right? So this was the new. So this was the new change happened, and then they have removed these lines of data. Look at here, we have minus, right? So minus here says that it was removed. Okay, and in similarly there was a lot of new code added. Okay, so in that way you can get lot of information. Look at here. So these are the different changes that were happened in those particular commits. So this is one option we have along with the Git log, and it is going to be really helpful if you wanted to review the entire code, right? Because along with the commits it is providing us the changes too. Okay, and the next one is Git log the number, right, which we had already seen. If you wanted to limit the number of commits, you can pass the number. And the next one is pretty. So pretty is also one more beautiful parameter we can pass to Git log. And this pretty will work as a key value pair. That means you need to pass some information to this pretty. Look at here. So I just said pretty and then followed by one line. Okay, so I'll just say one line and let's see what happens. So what actually happens is that it is going to provide the commits in one line. If you just say git log, it is providing us the different commits along with the author, date and other information, right? But if you say git log followed by dash dash pretty is equal to one line. Okay, look at here, all those commits, the 11 commits of this entire project were shown but in a single line. Look at here, this is a single line and then this is a single line. So in this way it is going to provide the information in a single line. And if you wanted to know, right, little bit more information, right, so one line is going to provide single line, whereas if you wanted to know little bit more you just have to provide short. Okay, so I'm going to provide short and let's see what happens. Look at here, so it has provided the author, but earlier if you say git log it has given date, right, but with the short option it is not going to provide the date. So in this way there are a lot of other options. So similarly you have full is going to provide little bit more information. Look at here, it has provided author and the commit information also. So the main difference between an author and a committer is author is the one who has created the project and the committer is the one who has done this particular change and committed. So basically commit is the one who has done that commit. So that's the basic difference between an author and a commit, and along with that it is going to provide us the commit message. Okay, so this is having bit more information, right? So we got this information by using git log pretty full. And similarly there is one more option called fuller. It is going to give us even more information, right? Look at here, so it has even provided with the dates. So in that way there are lot more options available with the git log, but I am not going to talk about all those different options, but I will try to put them under this description box. And similarly if you have ever come across any other parameters with the git log, please provide them under the comment section so that others will get benefit from that. Okay, so that's all about git log. The most awaited, very important and very interesting concept in entire Git course is Git branching. We have been keep on postponing this concept from many days and the time is over, and today I'm going to talk about Git branching. Since Git branching is going to be very important concept in the entire Git course, if you would like to work along with me, the first thing that you'll need to do is to create a folder with the name Suresh Text. That's of your choice. You can basically create folder of your choice, but creating the same folder will keep you away from the confusion. So let's try to create a folder with the name Suresh Text, and then let's keep 3 files inside that, one being home.html, two about.html, and the third one is address.html. So I have done that already. Let me show that. So I have a folder called git projects. Inside that I have created another folder called branching. Inside that I have a project which is nothing but Suresh Text, and inside that I have 3 files such as home.html, about.html, and address.html. So let me quickly open up home.html in the notepad, and you can see this is a simple file which is a simple HTML file which has HTML body and then h1 tag. In the h1 tag I've just added Suresh Text, and then I have a simple paragraph inside that. Okay, so if you would like to work along with me, try to add a file with the name home.html, and inside that have this data added. Okay, and you can see at the right I just have all kinds of programming languages. Okay, so try to add the same kind of data, and similarly let me open up about.html. So in the about.html, again I just have a simple h2 tag which says about, and then I have a simple paragraph. Okay, and similarly let me open up address.html. Okay, we have address.html where I have h3 tag and then a pre tag which is nothing but an address. Okay, you can look here Suresh text, and then everywhere this is my address actually, and I'm just saying that I'm everywhere. Okay, I'm just kidding. So I could see here everywhere, and this is my email address, tech.suresh yadav. Okay, so I'm going to just close it now. Okay, so if you would like to work along with me, try to keep the same data in 3 files and get ready. So the next thing that I would like to do is to initialize it with the Git. So if you don't know what an initialization is all about, if you ever like to manage your project with the Git, the first thing that you'll need to do is to initialize your existing project with the Git. So whenever you will initialize your project with the Git, it is going to provide you a folder called .git, which is a hidden folder. So I'm going to show that currently. But just remember that if you ever wanted to manage the project using Git, the first thing that you will need to do is to initialize the project with the Git. Okay, so I'm going to open up Git Bash now. So I'll open Git Bash. So the Git Bash is opening. Yeah, so the Git Bash is opened. So I have the project in Git projects. So I'm going to move to Git projects by using a command called cd. Cd is nothing but change directory. Okay, inside that I have a folder called branching, right? So if I say ls here, I have a project called Suresh text. So let me say Suresh text. Okay, so now if I say ls, these are the 3 files which are part of this project. Okay, so I'm going to just clear it once. Okay, so I've just cleared. Clear is nothing but a console clear. It's not going to delete any of the project files. Okay, it's just a console clear. Okay, that's fine. So now I'm going to initialize this project with the Git. But before doing that, let me just say Git status. As you know, Git status is going to provide the current status of the project, right? So if I say Git status, it is going to say that it's not a Git repository, because it's not a Git repository because we haven't initialized this project with the Git. So now I'm going to do something called Git init, because I'm initializing Git with the existing project. So I'll say enter. Look at here. So it said initialized empty Git repository, right? So now our project have something called .git folder. Now if I open up my Explorer, look at here, there is a new folder got added. In your case, if you are not able to see that, then you should go to the view which is on the top and then try to check this box, because this is a hidden file, you can't see that. So in case if you have checked this box, then you could able to see the .git folder, and the .git folder is going to be really important, because this is the folder which is going to manage your entire project, and it is going to be automatically added whenever you initialize the project with the Git, or whenever you clone any of the project from a remote repository. Okay, in both the cases you will be getting this particular folder. Now that your project has been initialized with the Git, now if you closely observe the screen, you should find a difference. Look at here at the right side, there is something you could see, right? What is this? You could see there is a master, right? What is this master is all about? Because earlier, before initializing this project with the Git, we couldn't see master at the right side, right? But after initializing your project with the Git, you could see something added at the right side which says master. What is this master? Before talking about the master, I would like to tell you a small story. Say for example, you want to build a dream house, right? You want to construct a dream house. So what is the first thing, or what is the main thing that you need if you would like to construct a home? The first thing that you need is a piece of land. So consider this is a piece of land where you would like to construct your dream house. Consider this is your front portion and consider this is your back portion. Now if you would like to build something inside your home, say for example you would like to construct a playing room here, and somewhere here you would like to construct a kitchen, and somewhere at the end you would like to construct a bathroom. Playing room is basically used to play the games, and a kitchen is used to cook, and similarly at the end bathroom, and you know what you're gonna do inside that. I'm going to give any comments on top of that. Okay. Okay, so in this way you are going to create different rooms inside your dream house, right? Now just imagine that if you would like to create, or if you would like to build your dream house, what is the first, or what is the main thing that you need? Of course, it's a piece of land, right? The first thing that you need is a piece of land. That's why I'll call this piece of land as main line. Because if I don't have the land, I could not build my dream house, right? That's why I'll call this land as main line because it is very important. So I will call this land as the main line and other rooms as different features. Different features in the sense they are going to provide different kinds of facilities inside our dream house. So if you compare the same story with Git branching, the first thing that you need is a land, which is nothing but a master branch. That's why whenever you clone a project or whenever you initialize an existing project with the Git, the first thing that you will get is a master branch. So that master is nothing but a branch. So if you compare this story with the Git branching, if you would ever like to contribute towards a project or if you would like to manage any project with the Git, the first thing that you will get or the first thing that you will need is a master branch. Once you get a master branch, you are going to create different kinds of features using different feature branches. So try to remember this example throughout the Git branching concept. Now let's talk about commit. Okay, so let me open Git bash. So we are in the master branch. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit more about it, but just give me some time. Now if I say ls, okay, so it is going to list up all the different files which are part of this project. Okay, so I'm going to just clear it once. If I say git status, okay, so it is going to list up all the files which are in the untracked state because they are not yet added. Okay, so now I am going to go ahead and do git add followed by dot. So dot is going to recursively add all the different files which are part of untracked. Okay, so if I say git add space dot, okay, enter. Okay, what happens now if I say git status? Look at here, all these files are staged. You can see at the right side, it is saying that use git rm to unstage. That means these files are in the staged state now. If you're confused about what a staged state is, please look at our earlier tutorials. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and give a commit. Okay, so here I'm going to use an inline commit. If you have followed our earlier tutorials regarding the commits, I used to do this. Whenever you say git commit and then enter, it is going to open up the default editor, which is basically the VI editor. And in case if you have followed our earlier tutorials and integrated notepad++ with the git, it is going to open up notepad++ where you will need to provide the git commit message. But for now, I want everyone to be on the same platform. I'm going to give inline commit. So for that, I'm going to provide git commit followed by -m. M here stands for message and then followed by double quotes. I'm going to provide initial commit because this is the first commit that I am going to do in my project. Of course, I'll use initial commit, but it's all your choice. You can provide any message that you would like to. So I'm going to press enter. Okay, this is our first commit. That's why you can see here root commit. At any time the first commit is named as root commit. Okay, that's why it is called root commit. Okay, and in the down if you see 3 files changed and there is something called create mode. Okay, so I'm going to talk about all these, but before that I am going to just say git log once. Okay, look at here. So whenever I say git log, it is going to provide all the commits that are happened in your project. Okay, so far we have done single commit. That's why it is showing up one commit. And if you look closely here on the top, you have a commit followed by a commit id. It is a 40 character commit id which is going to have all the information regarding this particular commit. And at the down you can see something called author. Okay, and in the down you have a date when this particular commit has happened, and similarly we have the commit message. Okay, and in the right you could see something called head which is pointing towards master. So just give me some time to explain regarding this. Okay, but for now let's talk about commit itself. I'm going to talk about it, but just give me some time. Okay, so now if you wanted to know a little bit more information regarding this commit, you will have to provide git log followed by pretty and then you can say full. So whenever you say full, it is going to provide you a little bit more information regarding that commit. Okay, look at here. Earlier we just had author, but now along with the author we have got committer also. So the main difference between an author and a committer is that author is the one who has created the project, whereas committer is the one who has done that particular commit. So that's the main difference between an author and a committer. And along with that, we will be having the commit message that we have provided to this particular commit. Okay, now let me open up my presentation and let's compare the same commit here in your visualization. Look at here. So this is a commit. Okay, it has an author, it has a committer, and it has a commit message. And I'll call a commit as a snapshot. Okay, why am I calling this commit as a snapshot? Because commit is going to have all the changes that you have done for that particular commit. Okay, and as you know, commit is going to have an ID. So here I have represented this particular commit with this particular ID. Okay, basically we will be having 40 characters commit ID, but I have just shortened it here just for the representation purpose. Okay, and here if you see, there is something called tree. Right, you could see here there is something called tree. What does this tree represent? If you remember, whenever we have done our first commit, right, we have added 3 files: one home.html, 2 about.html, and 3 address.html. So whenever you have done that commit, it has created 3 blobs for you, because these are the new files. It is going to create you 3 blobs, and each blob is going to have an ID. Look at here, each blob is having an ID. Now all of these 3 blobs are going to be added to a tree. Okay, so in that way it is going to generate a tree. If you look at here, it is a tree which has all the blobs information. Okay, and this tree is also going to have an ID, and this ID will be passed to this tree. In that way, a commit is going to have all the changes that were happened for that particular commit. So remember that commit will always have the changes that you have done for that particular commit. And just remember that commit sometimes also called as snapshot. Okay, so commit will always have the changes that you have done for that particular commit. Okay, now I am going to do some changes, or I am going to do some tasks. The first task that I am going to do is to update the home page. Okay, so my task is to change the title from Suresh Text to Suresh Text YouTube, and then I'll have to commit the code, and this I'll have to do under home page. Okay, so for that I'm going to open my Git bash, and I'm going to just say ls once. Okay, so I have Suresh Text in home.html. Okay, now I have different kinds of options to modify this file. I can either use default vi editor, or I can use any of the editor which I have configured with, which is basically the notepad++ which we have done earlier. So in that way I have different kinds of options available if I would like to modify any of the files. But for now I am going to go ahead and open the file explorer. Okay, so I am going to open the file explorer. Okay, so home.html, and I'm going to open it with the notepad++. So look at here, so this is what the title we have already, which is Suresh Text, and the task is to change Suresh Text to Suresh Text YouTube, right? So I'm going to change it to YouTube, then control save. Okay, control s, which is nothing but to save. Now if I say git status, okay, so now I'm going to say git status. Look at here, it will show that the home.html file is modified because it's modified, right? So I'm going to just clear it once, which is basically clearing the console. Okay, so I've just cleared it. I'm going to just say git status again, right? This is modified. Now what I'll have to do, I'll have to commit this change. Okay, so I'm going to do that. Git commit followed by -m. Okay, so just remember, you can either use git commit and then you can provide the message out there in that editor which gets opened, or you can also use inline commit. Okay, so but for now I'm going to use inline commit. So git commit -m followed by, I'll just say updated home page, done, enter. Sorry, not staged. Yes, the first thing we have to do before doing a commit is to add it. Okay, git add followed by home.html, done. Now you could say git commit -m followed by updated home page, done, enter. Now the commit has been done. Now if you say git log, you could see 2 commits, because earlier we have done 1 commit which is nothing but the initial commit, and now updated home page, right? So you could see 2 commits, right? So these are the 2 commits. This is the initial commit, and this is the second commit which happened just now. Okay, so in this way you could see different number of commits. Now let me go back to my presentation. Okay, so this is what we have done. We have added one more commit. So if you remember, this is our earlier commit, right? So this is our earlier commit which has this particular ID. Now this is our new commit, okay, which is nothing but updated home page. Okay, so now if you look at here, right, if you closely observe, there is a difference between first commit and a second commit. Look at the parent. We don't have a parent here. Instead we have a parent to the second commit. So what you need to understand from here, at any time your first commit will not have a parent. Look at here, this is your first commit, that's why it is not having a parent, and the corresponding commits are the sequential commits. Okay, the sequential commits will be having a parent ID of the previous commit. If you look at here, this parent is nothing but the commit ID of the previous commit. Look at here, so the commit ID of the first commit is 5D98 and which is pointing to this particular commit. Okay, look at here, so in this way. So your second commit would be derived from your first commit. That's why the parent of the second commit is nothing but the commit ID of the previous commit. So now we have done two commits. Okay, and now I am going to do one more task, which is nothing but updating the about page. Okay, so earlier I have about as a title in my about page. Now I'm going to change it to about Suresh text. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead to file explorer and I'm going to open up about.html. Okay, so look at here, so I have about, I'll need to change it to about Suresh text. So I'm going to change it to Suresh text. Done. Now if I say git status, okay, look at here, so I'm going to just clear it once so that we go up. I'll say git status. Okay, look at here, this has been modified, right? So if I just say git add dot, okay, it is going to take up all the files and it is going to add. Okay, otherwise you could also do git add about.html, anything is fine. So I'm going to say git add about.html and enter. Okay, now if you say git status, it will change to red color because it's been in the staged state. Now you will need to commit it. Okay, so I'm going to just say updated about page. Done. I'm going to press enter. Now we have done three commits. Now if you say git log, it is going to provide you three commits. Okay, so at any time whenever you say git log, it is going to provide you all the different commits which happened in your project, and that too in a reverse chronological order. That means the recent commits will be shown in the top. Okay, that's why you could see updated about page which is on the top. Okay, so now if I go back to my presentation, let's compare it now. So earlier we have commit 1 and then the commit 2. Now I would like to ask a small question. What would be the parent ID of next commit? I'm going to give a small pause here. Try to think. Yes, it's 4AE12 because that's what the commit ID of the second commit. That's why the parent of the next commit would be 4AE12 because the third commit is going to be derived from the second commit. So this is how the commits are going to be formed. So the commits are going to have all the changes that were happened till that commit. Along with that commits, it is going to store the information of the previous commits. Now we are familiar with what a commit and what a master is all about. Let's talk about branch. Branch is nothing but a pointer. Looks weird? Are you wondering? Yes, I'll prove that. Branch is nothing but a pointer. Okay, it's a pointer to the commit. It's a pointer to one of the commit. Now we have done three commits, right? Now let me show up what exactly a pointer is all about. So now let me open up git bash. Okay, so I'm going to just clear it once. I'll say git log. Okay, so if you see, if you look at here, okay, it is showing up a large amount of data. So I would like to shorten this. If I'd like to shorten it, I'll have to say git log followed by one line. Okay, now look at here, git log one line has provided us a shortened data, right? Look at here, it has just given us 3 lines. Now if you closely observe here, where is your master branch? Look at here, this is your first commit and this is your second commit and this is your third commit, and your master branch is pointing to the third commit. which is nothing but it is pointing to a commit. Okay, as I said earlier, branch is nothing but a pointer to a commit, and the same thing I'm showing up here. Branch is pointing to a commit. So remember that branch is nothing but it's a pointer which points to a commit. Okay, which will always points to a commit. That's a note point. Please try to remember that. Okay, now what is this head? Okay, so just give me some more time to talk about it, but for now just remember that branch is nothing but a pointer which points to a commit. Then why is it pointing to the last commit, right? That's the confusion. So if you would have run this git log one line before doing this third commit, your master would be pointing to the latest commit, which is nothing but the second commit at that time. So the branch will always point to the latest commit. Okay, look at here, your branch will point to the latest commit. Now if I would like to show that visually, if you remember, this is our first commit, and then we have done a second commit which was derived from the first commit. Now if you would have run git log at this particular point of time, it is going to show up master pointing to this particular commit. Okay, and then we have done a third commit, and then we have run git log, and it is now pointing towards the third commit. So just remember that at any time your branch is going to point towards the latest commit. Okay, now I have a small website. So now I have a project requirement, and the project is to develop Suresh Tech's website. Okay, so this is a website which looks something like this. You could see here, this is the project which has Suresh Tech's YouTube channel as a header, and then in the left side I have something called home, Java, HTML, CSS. It's basically a side navigation bar, and then in the right side I have a welcome title. Okay, if you just read it, hi everyone, welcome to Suresh Techs. Yes, welcome to our channel. We're happy to see you here in the Git tutorials. Yes, I'm very happy to see you here, and try to do this, subscribe to our channel. Okay, I'm just kidding. So if you really like it, try to do it, because that's going to motivate me to do more and more. Okay, so now consider that this is a project that we are going to work on. So when this project has been given to a team of 3 members, each member is going to work on different kinds of features. Maybe person X is going to work on the header, person Y is going to work on the side navigation, and person Z is going to work on the welcome title, which is there in the right side, right? So in this way, the developers are going to share their work among themselves. Now consider Ramu has to work on the side navigation bar, right? The side navigation bar. I'll also call it as side menu. So if you ever want to develop a different feature in your project, you will need to create a different branch. Basically, you will be having a master branch, but you should never work directly inside your master branch. You should always create your own separate branch, which is also called as feature branch. Okay. So in this case, Ramu has to work on side menu. That's why he's going to create a new branch with the name side menu. So if you wanted to create a branch, the command that we use to create a branch is git branch followed by the branch name. So in this case it is git branch followed by side menu, because that's what Ramu is going to work on. So now I'm going to open up git bash. Okay, so currently we have a branch called master, right? And one more thing I would like to tell here is that at any time you will be seeing the branch that you are currently in. Since you are currently in the master branch, it is showing up as master, but in case in future if you change to some other branch, it is going to change to that particular branch. So I'm going to show that, but I'm just giving you a small hint before doing that. Okay, so now I'm going to just clear it once. Okay, so now what we will have to do, we'll have to create a branch. So for that I'm going to say git branch followed by the branch name. I'm going to say side menu. Okay, I'm going to press enter. Now you might be wondering why this name has not changed, right? That's because we have created a branch, but we haven't moved to that branch. Okay, so now if I say git log followed by one line, Look at here, there is a small difference. Earlier we just have master, but now we also have side menu because that's the branch which we have created, right? That's why that branch is also listing up here, and the master branch and the side menu both are pointing to the same commit. Look at here, both are pointing to the same commit. So now you have two branches, one master and one side menu. So let me show that visually. Okay, so this is what happened so far. You have three number of commits and your master is pointing to the third commit. And now we have created a branch called side menu which is also pointing towards the same commit. Now I would like to talk on this head section. Now tell me, we have two branches. One is master and one is side menu. And you are in which branch currently? You are in master branch, right? Now let's talk about this head. Now you have two branches. One is master and one is side menu. But currently you are in which branch? You are in the master branch. That's what this head is pointing towards. At any time this head is going to be there with the current branch. Since you are in the master branch currently, that's why this head is pointing towards master. Now what I'm going to do is, let me show that in visually. Okay, so this is what we have currently. Since we are in the master branch, that's why this is pointing towards master. Look at here, this is pointing towards master. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to move to the new branch which we have created, which is nothing but side menu. Okay, so I'm going to say git checkout followed by the branch name. So the main use of git checkout is to move to a new branch. Okay, so we have created side menu branch and I'm moving towards that branch, which is nothing but git checkout followed by the branch name. Okay, now please observe this. Okay, done. Look at the right side. Okay, you have been moved to a new branch called side menu. That means currently you are in which branch? You are in side menu. And now if I say git log one line, okay, done. Look at here, where is your head pointing towards? Your head is pointing towards side menu. That's because you are currently in the side menu. So that's the main use of this head. Head will always point towards the current branch which you are in. Since you are in the side menu, that's why your head is pointing towards the side menu. Okay, now this is what happened. Okay, you have used git checkout to move towards a branch and you have moved to a side menu branch. That's why your head is pointing towards your side menu. Okay, and then what happens is that whenever you do more number of commits, your branch is going to move. Okay, so as you commit, your branch is going to move. Okay, so now I am going to show that. And if you remember earlier, Rami is working on side menu, right? So he's trying to create a file inside this. Okay, so if I say ls, okay, we could see all the different files which are part of this particular branch. Now Ramu wants to create a new file with the name nav underscore bar, okay, which is basically the navigation bar. Okay, so I'm going to say vi followed by nav underscore bar dot html file. So in this case, either you can open your file explorer and create a new file, or you can use the default vi editor, or else you can also use notepad++ which you have configured earlier. But now I want everyone to be on the same platform. I'm going to use vi editor. Okay, I'm going to press enter. Okay, so if you look at here, this is a new file. You can see in the down, this is saying that we are in the new file called nav underscore bar.html. If you ever would like to add any data, the first thing that you will need to do is to go to an insert mode. So for that you will need to press I in your keyboard. Okay, so now you could see at the down we are in the insert mode where you can add the data. Okay, so now I'll say HTML followed by HTML. Okay, and then I'm going to provide a body, so I'll say body. Okay, and inside that I'm going to provide a small h1 tag which says what do we say? I'll say side menu because we are working on the side menus. Okay, so and I'm going to close it h1, sorry, h1. Okay, this is done, right? So I am going to press escape followed by shift colon wq. Here w stands for write and q stands for quit. So we are basically writing the data and then quitting out of vi editor. Okay, I'm going to press enter. Now look at here. Okay, if I say git status, okay, it will show up as a new file. Okay, git add new file because it is in the untracking state. Okay, so now if I say git log, will there be any change? No, right? I'll say git log one line. Okay, look at here, there is no change because we haven't done any number of commit. Okay, what I'm going to do is, if I say git status, it is going to show up this. I'll say git add followed by nav_bar.html, done. Okay, that file has been added, and I'll say git commit followed by -m, which is basically the inline commit, and I will say added side menu. Okay, added side menu, right? Done. So now I have done a new commit, and now if I say git log one line, okay, can you imagine what happens? Okay, let me show up. Git log one line. Okay, done. Look at here. Earlier, okay, if I go back, maybe you can find. Look at here, this is our earlier output, right, where we have the side menu and the master pointing to the same commit, and the head is pointing towards the side menu because we are in the side menu branch. Okay, but the note point here is that side menu and the master are pointing to the same commit earlier, but now side menu moved up. Look at here, side menu is on the top. Okay, side menu is on the top, and of course the head will point towards the side menu because we are currently in the side menu branch. Okay, but the note point here is that it has been moved, but the master is still there at the same place. Look at here, 8974C F0, right? Look at here. So the master is at the same commit, but the side menu has been moved to a new commit because we have done a commit in side menu branch. Since I have done a new commit in the side menu branch, the side menu branch has been moved to the top. Now I would like to show that visually. Okay, this is what happened. Okay, this is what was there earlier, and I have done a new commit, and now my side menu is now pointing towards this latest commit. So what you have understood from this, at any time whenever you make a new commit, your branch is going to point towards that particular commit, which is nothing but the latest commit. Okay, now what I am going to do, I am going to switch back to the master branch. Okay, so this is what happened. So now I am in the side menu branch. Now I am going to switch back to my master branch. But before switching back to the master branch, I would like to tell few points. Earlier, you started working with a master branch and you have got 3 files. Now in your side menu, which is basically a new feature which you are adding, which is nothing but side menu, and you have added a file called nav_bar. If I say ls, you could see that, right? We have nav_bar. But whenever you move from one branch to the other branch, your changes will not be there in that branch. Remember, your changes will be there in the side menu, but your changes will not be there in your master branch because that's a complete different branch, and your side menu is also a different branch. That's why whenever I switch back to master branch, nav_bar.html will not be there. Okay, now so I am going to switch back to master if I wanted to switch back to any of the branch. Okay, since currently you are in the side menu, if you would like to switch back to the master, again you will have to use a command called git checkout followed by the branch name. Since I would like to move to the master branch, I will say git checkout followed by the master. Now what I have done, I have moved to a branch called master. Okay, now if I say ls, look at here, I have only 3 files because nav_bar is not part of this branch. And the note point here is that that file was not deleted. That file is still there, but that is there in a different branch, which is nothing but side menu. Okay, now if I say git log, okay, now if I say git log one line, just imagine what will happen. You can't imagine because you might or might not be knowing about it, but yeah, there will be a wide thing which you will observe. Okay, so I am going to press enter. Look at here, what happened? You could see only 3 commits and there is no side menu. What happened to side menu? Side menu is there, but the git log command will not show up all the commits which were part of different number of branches. In our case, currently we have 2 branches called master and the side menu, and it is not going to show up all the different commits which are part of different branches. For that you will need to provide one more param with the log command. Okay, along with this one line you will have to provide something called all. So whenever you provide all, it is going to provide you all the different commits which are part of different branches. Okay, now you could see side menu branch is also showing up, but one more change has happened. Since you are in the master branch, your head is pointing towards your master branch. Okay, so this is what we have done now. Okay, we have been switched back to the master. We have done a checkout, and the note point here is that switching the branches changes files. And then we have done a git log which haven't shown up all the different commits. For that we have done all. Okay, we have used a parameter called all which has shown up everything, and this is what happened visually. Earlier we have three number of commits, commit 1, commit 2, and then the commit 3, and master was pointing towards that commit, and then we have made a different commit so that your side menu was pointing towards that commit. And then what happened, we have done checkouting to the master, and then the head was moved to the master again. That means head will always point towards the current branch which you are in. Okay, since we are in the master branch currently, the head is pointing towards the master. Now I am going to do few more changes in my master branch. Okay, now let me do some kind of changes in the master. Okay, for that, okay, so I'm currently in the master branch. So if I say ls, I could see different kinds of files here. Okay, so done. So I'm going to just clear it once. Let me do ls once again, and we have all these different files. Okay, let me open up about.html. Okay, I'll say about.html with vi editor, and I'm going to press enter. So if you'd like to modify this file, the first thing that you'll need to do is to go to the insert mode. For that I'll have to press I in my keyboard button, and I'm in insert mode now. So I could able to do the changes now. So we could see here we have H2 title is about Suresh Text, and then we have a paragraph. We teach C, C++, Java, C#, Python, web technologies. But where is Git? We are teaching Git and we don't have Git here. Let me add that. That's my modification. That's great, right? Because we are working on Git and we are adding Git. It would basically work like that because script was added by me. Okay, anyway, so we have of course updated the about.html, and I'm going to press escape so that we go to the escape mode. So I'm going to write and quit now. For that I'm going to say shift colon followed by WQ, which is nothing but writing and quitting. Okay, so I'm going to do that. Okay, so the modification is done. So for that, if I say git status, we could see about.html has been modified, and just remember we are in the master branch. Okay, so now I'll have to add it. Okay, I'll have to add it for a commit, right? So I'll say git add followed by about.html, and if I say git status, we can see it is in the green color because it has been staged. Now I'll say git commit followed by -m, and then I'll say updated about page by adding git, something like that. You can of course mention whatever you would like to. Okay, I'm going to press enter. Now if you look at here, so the commit has been done. Now if I say git log, okay, so I'm going to share that git log followed by online followed by all, because I would like to get all the information, right? So I'll give enter. Now if you look at here, right, this is what happened. Earlier you have one commit, and then you have done second commit and the third commit, and then you have created a side menu, and then you have been moved to a master branch where you have done a commit. That's why you have a fifth commit. Okay, if you would like to see that, graphically, right, there is one more thing that you could pass to the git log. Okay, along with this one line and all, there is something called graph. Okay. It is going to provide you the graphical representation of the output. So I'm going to press enter. Now look at here. So what happened earlier, you have three number of commits, right? You have an initial commit, and then updated home page, and then updated about page, and then what you have done, you have created a different branch which is nothing but side menu branch, that is for the side menu, and then you have added nav underscore bar inside that. And then what you have done after doing that, you have again moved to the master branch, because, and then you have And then what you have done, you have again moved back to the master branch. From the master branch, you have done one more commit, which is nothing but updating the home page. That's why if you see this particular line, okay, this particular line is pointing to the up, where you have a new commit, and your head is pointing towards the master, and your master is pointing to the latest commit in that branch, and that is nothing but updated about page by adding git. Okay, I think now you are clear on this. At any time your head is going to point towards your current branch, and similarly your branch is going to point towards a commit. That's why I said branch is nothing but a pointer which points towards a commit. Okay, now let me show that visually. Okay, this is what we have done. We have done a commit, and this is how the flow happened after a new commit in the master. So earlier this is what the case. So you have three commits, and your master was pointing towards your third commit. Okay, because you were at the side menu and then you have moved back to the master, that's why your head was pointing towards your third commit, and then you have done a fifth commit. And once you have done the fifth commit, your master is going to move towards the fifth commit. So this is how your branch is going to move towards the different new commits that you will be doing. Okay, now earlier you have created a branch, but when you have created a branch, you have followed a two-step process. One, to create the branch, and the next one is to move towards that branch, which is nothing but git branch followed by the branch name to create the branch, and then git checkout followed by the branch name to move towards that branch. But there is one more simpler way, which is going to create the branch at the same time which is going to move to that branch. Okay, that is nothing but git checkout minus b followed by the branch name. It is going to create the branch name, and at the same time it is going to check out to that branch name. Okay, so I am going to create one more branch that is for the main section. If you remember our Suresh Tech's website, okay, there is something called header on the top, and then side menu in the left side, and then we have a right side main content, right? So I'm going to work on that. So for that I'm going to create a new branch, and I'm going to call that branch name as main section. Okay, so for that I am going to use this particular command, which is going to create the branch, at the same time it is going to move towards that branch. Okay, so earlier if you remember, we created and then again we used a command called git checkout to move to that branch, but now the case is different. Okay, and look at here, we are in the master. Now I'm going to use git checkout followed by minus b. Okay, and then followed by the branch name. Okay, so I'll say main section. Okay, done. What happens now? You can see at the right side there will be a branch name called main section. Look at here, in the right side you have something called, okay, in the right side you have something called main section, because you have been moved to a new branch. Now just imagine, will your nav underscore bar will be present in this particular branch? No, because you have created this branch from the master branch, you will not be getting that file. Whatever there in the master, you will be getting only those files. That's why if I say ls here, you could see only those files here. Okay, so that means if you ever create any of the branch from a specific branch, you will be getting all those files which are part of the existing branch into your new branch that you have created. Okay, since we have created main section from the master branch, I have got all these three files which are part of the master branch. So now I am going to do some changes in my main section branch. So I could see here different files, right? About.html, address.html, and home.html. And for the main section, I would like to change something inside my home.html. For that, I'll try to open up home.html. But before doing that, let me try to say git status just to make sure that nothing has been done. Yeah. So working tree is clean. Okay. So I'll open up home.html. Okay, so this is what I have, and I'm going to change to the insert mode by pressing the I button. Okay, so this is what we have. We have a paragraph called new way of teaching is the agenda. Yes, of course, we are here to teach all kinds of programming languages, and we are on the way to create more videos and more knowledge to share. And there is a dot. I would like to add something here. So I'll say please subscribe, please subscribe. Okay, so this is what I have added. So if you haven't done whatever I have just added, please try to do that. It's like a motivation for me to do more and more videos, that's all. Okay, thank you. So I have changed it and basically I have updated it. So I would like to say, I would like to press escape. Okay, and I'm going to say shift colon followed by WQ, which is nothing but write and quit. Okay, done. Okay, so now if I say git status, I would see there will be a modified file. So I'll say git add followed by dot, right? This is to add. But what happened, I wanted to do few more changes, but meanwhile I have got a call from my manager saying that there is an urgent fix he need because there is a problem at the production server, that in the address.html file I have given the address email ID is little bit wrong. Okay, I have provided wrong information. So I've got a call from my manager and I would like to do that change currently. But for that, whatever the changes I am currently doing, will they go away or will they vanish? No, I am going to save those changes by creating a commit. So what I'll do is, since I have modified this home.html, I will try to add it and then I will try to create a commit, because whenever I'll create a commit, that information is going to be saved in my current branch. Okay, so for that I am going to create a commit and then I'll move to the master branch where I am going to do the changes for that critical fix. Okay, so I'll say git commit -m followed by updated main section. Okay, done. So I have done this commit. So now if I say git log one line graph, look at here. So what happened, and I'll have to provide um, so sorry, so I'll say git log one line all and I'll say graph also. Okay, now if you look at here, so first three commits are fine, and then we have created a new branch called the side menu where we have done one commit, and then we have moved back to the master branch, created and then commit and then made a new commit. Okay, after that we have been moved to a new branch called the main section where we have done a commit, and we are currently in the main section branch, right? That's why your head is pointing towards the main section branch. And now I would like to move to the master branch. Okay, so I'll say git checkout followed by the master. Okay, done. I have been moved to the master branch. Now just tell me, if I open up home.html, will I find the changes which I have done in the main section? No, those changes will be part of the main section. So that's why if I say ls and if I see, or if I open up home.html, look at here, I am going to open up home.html. Look at here, that please subscribe, whatever we have added under that main section branch is not here because it's part of that branch. Okay, so I am going to just come back. For that I am going to say shift colon followed by quit. I'm not writing anything because I haven't done any changes and I don't want to do that too. Okay, for that I'm going to just say shift colon followed by Q and I'm going to press enter. Okay, so I think you are clear on this part. So whatever the changes we will do for that particular branch will be part of that branch. Okay, now the fix or the critical issue that my manager have told me is to update the address.html file. Okay, let me open up the address.html file. Okay, so I'm going to open the address.html file and this is what I have. Look at here. So I'm going to the insert mode. Look at here, I have tech.suresh yadam and I have forgot to add @gmail.com, and which is breaking at the production server. Okay, so many of the people, so many of the clients have been calling to my manager and he has asked me to fix this issue as soon as possible. So for that I'm going to do this change currently. But remember, I have told you earlier, never do changes in your master branch. Try to create a new branch for all the fixes or all the new features that you come across. So for that I'm not going to do any change here. I'm going to press escape and then Q. Q is to quit. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new branch just for that fix. Okay, so I'll say git checkout -b followed by the branch name which I would like to give for that email fix. So I'll just say email followed by fix. Okay, git checkout -b followed by email fix, which is a new branch. Okay, done, enter. So what happened, I have created a new branch and I have moved to that branch. Now if I say git log followed by one line all and then graph, look at here what happened. So these are the first three commits, and then we have created a side menu. These are all fine. And if you look at here, what happened. The email fix and the master both are pointing to the same commit. That's because I have created email fix branch from the master branch. That's why email fix and the master both are pointing to the same commit. Now I am going to do the changes inside my email fix branch. I am going to do a commit, and after doing that commit I will try to merge these changes into my master, which will be pushed to the remote repository. Okay, so now I am going to open up, before that I am going to say ls. Now let me open address.html. Okay, so I am going to do the changes here. I'll just add in gmail.com. Okay, and done. Shift colon w, which is going to write and quit. Okay, done. So I'll have to say git status, git status. Okay, I could see one modified file, so I'll have to add it. Okay, I'll just say git add followed by address.html, and I will commit it. Okay, git commit -m followed by I'll say email has been fixed. Okay, my manager will be happy now. Okay, and but before that I'll have to provide better comment, otherwise my manager is going to kill me. Okay, nice. Git commit -m followed by the commit message. I'm going to press enter. Done. So commit has been done. Now we have the changes in my email fix. Now what I'll have to do, I'll have to merge email fix branch into my master branch. So I'll have to look at merging concept. So now I have done a commit, right? So we could see that I have done a commit and I am in email fix branch. Okay, now if I say git log, but before that let me just clear it once. Okay, so I'll say git log followed by one line all and then graph. Okay, now if you look at here, this is what happened earlier. We have these three commits, this is fine, and then we have a main section. Okay, and then we moved back to the master, and from the master we have created a new branch called the email fix, and we have something called head because we are currently in the email fix branch, and this is the commit which we have done. Now what I am going to do is I am going to get these changes into my master. Okay, which is basically merging, right? But before doing any kind of merge, you will need to keep one thing in mind. You will have to move to the branch into which you would like to merge the changes into. So currently you are in a branch called email fix, and you would like to merge this email fix branch into the master branch. That's why you will have to move to the master branch. So for that I am going to check out to the master branch. Okay, so I've checked out to the master branch, and now I could go ahead and merge email fix to the master branch. But before doing that, let me just say git log one more time. Okay, git log one line all, I'll say graph. Done. Now if you look at here, okay, so you are under master because your head is pointing towards the master, and you have email fix on top of that which has a commit. Okay, just keep a note of it. So I am going to do a merge. Okay, I'm going to just clear it once. I'm going to say git merge followed by the branch name that you would like to merge into the master, which is nothing but the email fix. But before doing that, let me just say ls and let me show up address.html once. Okay, so if you would like to see the data, just if you would like to see that data, you have to say cat is going to just show the data. So I'll say cat followed by the file name, which is nothing but the address.html in this case. Okay, I'll say enter. Look at here. If you look at here in the pre tag, we don't have @gmail.com because we haven't merged our email fix changes into our master. That's why here you could not see @gmail.com. Okay, now I am going to merge the email fix branch into the master branch. I'll say git merge followed by email fix. Done. Enter. Look at here. Look at here. You have got something called fast forward merge. This is called fast forward merge, and I'm going to talk about what a fast forward merge is all about. But what happened is that the merge was successful, and congratulations because it's your first merge. Now if I say git log, okay, before doing that let me just say ls. I'll say cat address.html, and you should see gmail.com should be here because this is what we have added. Okay, that's what we have merged the data from email fix to your master branch. Okay, now let me just clear it once and I'll say git log one line followed by all and then followed by graph. Okay, enter. Now if you see, okay, you have master and email fix, both are pointing to the same commit. Earlier you were having a commit in your email fix, right? Where was that commit? Right, that's the question here. What happened was that whenever you have done a merge, okay, it has created completely a new commit for you. That's what this 630dbd is all about. Okay, the fast forward merge is nothing but it is going to create you a different complete new commit id. Okay, and you will be pointing towards that particular commit. Okay, that's what happened here. It has created a new commit using your two earlier commits. Okay, so this is called fast forward merge. Okay, and since your changes are in the master branch and your master and your email fix both are pointing to the same commit, there is no use of your email fix. Okay, you could always go ahead and delete your email fix branch because it's not needed now, because you have the changes in your master. You could always push the changes to your remote repository. So I am going to delete this branch. So if you would ever like to delete a branch, you'll have to say git branch followed by -d. D here stands for deleting, and then followed by the branch name that you would like to delete. So I'll say email fix. Okay, done. Now you know how to delete a branch. Okay, now if you say git log followed by one line followed by all and graph, done. Look at here. Okay, email fix is nowhere because it has been deleted. So this is how you can delete a branch. And one more thing I would like to add here is that fast forward merge will happen in case if those commits will have a direct ancestor. Okay, direct ancestor is nothing but if you look at here, so you have this particular commit and its ancestor is this one, which is nothing but the earlier one, which is nothing but 8974CF0. And similarly for this particular commit, okay, the direct ancestor is the same thing, right? In that cases, if you make any kind of merges, it is going to give you a fast forward merge, and that's what happened in our current case. And now I am going to do some other changes and I am going to show you some other kind of merge. Okay, but what we have done so far, we have just deleted email fix. And if you remember, I was working in main section and I've got a call from my manager saying that to fix that email. Okay, I have done that. I have merged it to the master and then I've pushed it to the remote repository, and I will have to continue my work in the main section. Okay, for that I'll be moving to the main section now. So if you ever like to move to the different branch, what will you be doing? You will have to say git checkout followed by that branch name. Okay, so I'll have to say git checkout followed by main section. Okay, now I am in the main section. Okay, so now if I say ls, look at here, so I have got all the files, and if you remember earlier I was doing the changes in the home.html, right? If I say cat home.html, you could see this is what I was doing, right? Please subscribe. Now I would like to complete my task. Okay, for that I will try to open up home.html. okay, home.html, and I will be going to the insert mode. So this is what I was doing earlier, right? Please subscribe. Okay, I have done that, and I would like to complete it by adding one more text, which is nothing but to do this. Okay, thank you if you have already done, and please try to do this because which is going to motivate me a lot. Okay, so I'm going to press escape and followed by shift:/WQ. Okay, so my task is done, and if I say git status, okay, so I've done the git status and it's going to show up the modified file, which is nothing but the home.html. Okay, so now I'll have to add it. Okay, so I'll be adding it. I'll just say git add followed by dot, which is going to open, which is going to add everything, sorry. And then I'll say git commit followed by, I'll say updated main section, done. Okay, all changes which are part of the main section has been done. Now I would like to ask one more question. If you remember earlier in our master, I have merged email fix, and once I have merged the email fix, okay, so the address.html has been modified to tech.sureshadam@gmail.com. Can you tell me, will I have that changes in my main section? Just I'm going to give a pause for some time. Just imagine you have done the changes in your master. Will those changes be part of main section? No, because you have created the main section branch before doing that merge. Okay, that's why you will not be having those changes here. So if I say cat followed by address.html, see, you will not be having that change, but that change will be part of your master branch. Okay, that's what. Now what I'm going to do, I am going to merge my main section into the master. Because I am done with my main section, I would like to merge this main section into the master branch, and then I will try to push it to the remote repository. So for that, what I'll have to do, the first thing I'll have to do is to check out to the master, because you'll have to check out to the branch into which you would like to merge. Okay, so for that I am going to check out to the master. Okay, so I'll check out to the master. Done. Now I am in the master. I would like to add my main section branch into the master, but before doing that, let me just say git log one line followed by all followed by graph. Now if you look at here, see, this is our master. Okay, this is our master, which has an ancestor of this CA15DFT is the ancestor of this master commit, and you were in main section, and this is the commit in that main section, and the direct ancestor of this commit is nothing. If you look at here, this is what, right? Okay, this is completely a new commit which is part of the main section, right? There is no direct ancestor to that, and the direct ancestor of this master is this, but the direct ancestor of this main section is not this, right? That's why if you try to merge, it is going to perform some other merge instead of the fast forward merge. Okay, now let me merge it. Git merge followed by main section. Look at here. Now the merge made by the recursive strategy. Earlier, if you remember, it is a fast forward strategy because both of the commits were having the direct ancestor. But in this case, since we don't have the direct ancestors, it has done a recursive strategy merge. Okay, we are successful in two cases. In the first case, merge was successful, and in the second case, the merge was successful. But there are many cases where merge will be unsuccessful. So let's talk about it now. So far everything is nice because two of the merges were successful, but there are cases when there will be a merge conflicts. What do I mean by merge conflicts is here that, say for example, three people are working on a project. Okay, let's say if I say ls here, I have three files, right? I have about.html, address.html and home.html. Say for example, Deepak is working and Ramu is working on two different features. Say for example, Ramu has modified something in the about.html, and in the same place in the about.html, Deepak also changed something and they would like to merge it, right? They would like to merge their both the branches. In that case, it is going to provide you merge conflict because both have done the changes in the same file at the same number of line, and merge tool is getting confused in taking the new changes because Ram has done the changes, Deepak has done the changes, but merge tool has to know which changes it has to take. Okay, so I'm going to show that in practical now. So for that, what I will be doing is that, if you remember earlier, we have created different branches and then we have done the different kinds of merges. So if you ever would like to know about the branches that we have merged or the branches that we haven't merged, there is a beautiful command. So for that, I will be saying git branch followed by merge. Okay, so it is going to list up all the branches that you have merged so far. If you remember, you have merged the main section, and if you remember, we have merged a branch called email fix, but that will not list up here because we have deleted that branch. Okay, similarly, if you would like to know about the branches that you haven't merged, okay, you will have to say no merge. Okay, side menu is the branch which we haven't merged at. Okay, so now what I am going to do is I am going to do a change in my about.html, and I will move and then I will move to the side menu and I will be doing the same change in about.html, and finally I will try to merge those two branches. Okay, so for that what I will be doing here, in the master branch I will be updating about.html file. Okay, so I am going to the insert mode where I am going to do some changes here. Okay, so we do C++, web technologies, Git is what we have added, and then I will say what I'll say machine learning, because I would like to tell that also. So I will just update it as a shift:\wq, done. Okay, so if I say git status, I could see the modified, and I'll say git add dot done, and then I am going to commit it. Okay, I'll say updated about page, done. So I have done the commit in my master branch. Now what I will be doing, I will be moving back to side menu branch, and where I am going to do the changes in the about.html page in the same line itself. Okay, so what I will be doing, git checkout followed by side menu. Okay, done. I have moved to the side menu, and if I say ls, I could see in the about.html that change will not be there. Look at here. Okay, I have added that machine learning, right? That will not be here. Okay, because side menu will not be having the data which is there in the master branch. Okay, so now what I will be doing, I will go to the about.html and I will try to do some changes in the same line. Okay, that's called a merge conflict. Okay, so now I am going to the insert mode, and here I am going to add something. Okay, the same place Ramu has done some changes, and now just imagine that Deepak is doing this change in this branch. Okay, what I will be doing, Deepak would like to have photoshopping also. Okay, photoshopping using Inkscape, that also I will be teaching in this YouTube tutorials. Okay, so I am going to say shift:\wq, done. Okay, so now if I say git status, it has been modified. I could go ahead and do the git add and then followed by a git commit followed by -m. I'll just say updated about page, done. Right, we have done a commit, and now Deepak has done changes in the side menu, and then Ramu has done the changes in the master branch, and both have done the changes in the same file, same number of line. Now if I try to merge these two changes, git merge tool will get confused. Right, now if you remember what I'll have to do, I'll have to check out to the master. Right, I'll be checking out to the master, because that is the branch into which I would like to merge my side menu. So now if I say git merge followed by side menu, come on, we are going to get the merge conflict. Look at here, we have got it, conflict, and the merge conflict in the about.html, of course, because that is what we have done, right? And if you look at the down, automatic merge failed. Earlier what happened, since the first time merge has the direct ancestor, it has done the fast forward merge, and in the second time it has performed a recursive merge, but now the automatic merge has been failed. It's because we have the changes in the same file at the same number of line. For that, what we'll need to do is to fix conflicts and then do a commit. Okay, for that we'll need to do that. But if you would like to know about the problems that happened or the merge issues that were happened, you will need to say git status. Okay, now if you see, okay, unmerged path, right? So this is the file which was modified by both the persons. Look at here, both modified, so both have modified about.html, and in the top you see use git add to mark resolution. So I am going to open about.html now. Okay, now we will be seeing a weird thing inside that. Okay, look at here, what is this? Less than symbol center the greater than symbol with a red mark, right? Now, as I said earlier, Ramu has done the changes and Deepak has done the changes. Ramu has done the changes in the master branch, whereas Deepak has done the changes in the side menu branch. If you look at here on the top, the less than symbol which has a head. If you remember, head will always point to the current branch, right, which is nothing but the master branch. Now in the master branch, we have machine learning. Look at there, right? Here we have machine learning, and in the down, right, side menu, right, in the side menu we have added the photoshopping. If you remember, Deepak has added the photoshopping, and both of the changes will be displayed here, and merge tool is going to ask you to provide only one change. Take either Ramu's change or take either Deepak's change. right? And the Ramu's change and the Depak's change will be separated by something called is equal to. If you look at here, this is equal to line, right? Now what you will have to do is you will have to either provide the top one or the bottom one. Now I wanted to work on the photoshopping. I will try to remove the top one, okay, or anything that's of your choice. Okay, for that you will have to go to the insert mode, then you will have to remove something. Okay, for now let me remove this. Okay, so I'm going to remove this because at any time you should have a single change. Okay, so I'm going to remove this and then I have to remove this also. Okay, done. Both are removed. I am going to press escape followed by shift W Q. Done. Okay, now if I say git status, right, both have been modified. What I'll have to do, I'll have to say git add to make it as a resolution, right? I'll say git add followed by about.html. Done. Now if I say git status, look at here what happened. All conflicts fixed, but you are still merging. Use git commit to conclude the merge. Fixes are done, but to conclude the merge you will have to do a git commit. I'll say git commit. Git commit, enter. Look at here, it is going to open up the notepad plus plus because we have configured notepad plus plus earlier. It is going to open that where you can add the merge message. Okay, that's of your choice. If whatever you would like to add, you can just add it and then press Ctrl S and finally close it. So when you close it, your merge is done, and in the right side you could see it is clean. You are in the master branch. Earlier you will be having master merging, right? Now you will be having master. Okay, now if you say git status, look at here, right? Everything is done, everything is perfect, your working tree is clean. So this is how you will be resolving your conflicts. I hope you have enjoyed it, and please do comment out in case if you have found any kind of issues in the Git branching, because Git branching is the main core concept in the entire Git course. And going further, I'll be explaining what a Git alias is all about, and then what a remote branching, stashing, rebasing, and a tagging. Alias is nothing but shortening the commands. Say for example, whenever we used Git log, right? I have used Git log followed by one line, again followed by all, and then the graph, right? So instead of typing a long command, I could basically shorten that command. And then the remote branching. Remote branching is again another interesting concept where we will push our local changes to the remote repository. And then finally, I'll be talking about stashing, rebasing, and tagging. As you are already aware of, all the projects would be placed at some kind of hosting services like GitHub, GitLab, etc., which then need to be cloned into our own local system. We'll perform our own local tasks, and once we complete those tasks, we will push it back to the remote repositories. Right? So this is what actually happens in a typical IT industries. We will just need to clone it from the remote repositories and then perform our own tasks and finally push it back to the remote repository. So now I'll try to clone a project which is hosted in GitHub, will perform some tasks, and finally I'll push it back to the remote repository. So let me open GitHub. We do have a project called Suresh Tech's YouTube, which has some of the folders and files such as images, tests, and about.html and home.html, which is getting managed by Deepak. Now Ramu was asked to work on some changes in this project or some kind of features in this project. So now Ramu is going to clone this project into his local system, will perform some tasks, and finally will push it back to the same repository, which is nothing but Suresh Tech's YouTube, right? So this is the repository name. So now if I wanted to clone this project into my local system, you can see here there is something called code here, right? So there is a button called code. I'll have to press on this. So when I press on this, you can see here there is an option called clone with HTTPS. So there are basically two types of protocols here. So one is HTTPS and another one is SSH. You can either use HTTPS or you can either use SSH. Few companies uses HTTPS and few companies uses SSH. If you wanted to use SSH, you will need to generate one public key and then you will need to proceed from there onwards. But in this tutorial, I am going to use HTTPS. because most of the companies uses HTTPS, so I'm going to teach HTTPS here. So if I wanted to clone this project into my local system, the first thing I'll need to do is to copy this, right? So I have just copied it, and let me open Git Bash. Okay, so I have Git Bash already opened, and I'll go to Git projects folder. Okay, so now I'm in Git projects folder. Okay, so I'll just say ls before cloning. Okay, so these are our earlier projects, so I'm just going to clear it once, and I'll say git clone followed by the remote repository URL, right? So now I'm going to press enter. Now it is trying to clone the project from the remote repository. You can see here cloning into Suresh Tech's YouTube. Now let's wait for some time. It depends based on your network bandwidth. It does take some time to get it into your local system. So let's wait for some time. Meanwhile, if you haven't subscribed to our channel, you can do that. And meanwhile, let me talk about Suresh Tech's channel. So we are planning to make a lot of videos in this channel. We have a plan to work on Android with Java and Kotlin, and then we will try to work on Flutter, and then React and React Native, and some of the IoT related stuff. So we are going to work on a lot of different projects in this channel. So I request you to please do subscribe so that you will get notified about the new videos that we upload. Okay, meanwhile our project got cloned, and if I say ls now, right? So if I say ls, you can find a folder called Suresh Tech's YouTube. Now if you look at here, there is a folder called Suresh Tech's YouTube, right? So what happens is that whenever you clone a repository, right? So it is going to create a folder with the name of the repository. Look at here, right? So this is the name of the repository, which is nothing but the Suresh Tech's YouTube. That's why whenever you have cloned the project, it has created a folder with the name of the same repository. And if you would like to give some other name, you could do that. So basically, whenever you say git clone, right, you can give a space, and then you could mention the folder name which you would like to give. Okay, but anyway, so for now we have just cloned it, and we have got the project into our local system, and I'll be going inside that project now. So for that I'll have to use cd, which is nothing but change directory, and then followed by Suresh Tech's YouTube, right? So I've done that. Now look at that change. So whenever I have been moved to the project, which is nothing but the Suresh Tech's YouTube, you can see in the right side there is something called master, right? So there is something called master. If you remember our earlier tutorial, when I've talked about dream house, the first thing that you will need is a piece of land. Similarly, whenever you start work on any kind of repository, which is nothing but the project, right, the first thing that you'll need is a branch, right, which is nothing but master branch. That's why whenever you have cloned a project, the first branch that you will get is a master branch, and from here onwards you will need to perform your own tasks. Okay, that's fine. So now I'm going to just clear it once, and I'll be saying ls. Now look at here. So these are all the different files and folders which are part of the repository. Look at here, images, tests, about.html, and then the home.html. Look at here, about.html, home.html, images, and the test. So these are all the different files and folders which are part of this remote repository. Okay, so now I'll try to do some changes in home.html, and we'll try to push it back to the remote repository. Okay, so now let me open up home.html. okay, so I'm going to use vi editor for now. Okay, I'll just say vi home.html. Now if you look at here, we do have some text which is basically an HTML file. So I'll go to the insert mode. So now I'm in the insert mode. Look at here, I do have a h1 tag which says Suresh Techs, and then I do have a paragraph which says, hey, we will teach all the programming languages. Our motive is to teach. Yes, our motive is to teach, and I'll be modifying it by adding this. Okay, so I have just added, please subscribe. Okay, so our change is done. So I'm going to press escape followed by shift colon wq. W is for write, Q is for quit. Okay, I'm going to press enter. Done. Now if I say git status, okay, what will happen? Look at here, this file is modified. This is fine. Now if I say git log, okay, I'll say git log one line all and graph. Okay, when I said git log one line all graph, you can look at here, there is one commit, right? So this is the initial commit which is part of the remote repository, which has come from the remote repository, and now this master is your local master which is pointing towards head, which is nothing but currently you are in your local master branch. And then we do have master branch in our remote repository. That's why it is called origin. And now I'll have to talk about what this origin is, right? So what happens is that whenever you clone a project into your local system, it is going to provide you a name for your remote repository, so that from the next time onwards, whenever you would like to communicate with the remote server, you can use this name. That means if you would like to push some changes to the remote repositories, the name that you will need to use is origin. Origin is nothing but the name of your remote server. Okay. So you can also check that using a command called git remote minus v. V is nothing but verbose here. Okay. If I say git remote minus v, you can see here this is the name of the remote server. Okay. So this is our remote repository URL, right? And you can see here you can use this name for the fetch and you can use this name for the push. Okay, so this is the shortcut name of this entire URL. Okay, now we do have a change. We'll need to commit and then we'll need to push it back to the remote repository. But before doing that, remember, whenever you would like to make a push, the first thing that you will need to do is to make a pull, because it's not the only you who is working on that project, right? There will be different people who will be continuously work on that project, who will be continuously doing different kind of pushes to the remote repository, and then you will need to get those changes into your local system. You will have to be up to date with the latest changes, and then you will need to push those changes into the remote repository. So this is what actually you will have to do. Okay, now consider Deepak has done some changes in the remote repository. Okay, so this is our remote repository. And now let's say Deepak has created one new file. Okay, so Deepak wants to do some changes, or Deepak wants to work on some kind of feature. For that he is going to create a new file. Okay, so let's say he has created something like what do we say, has created address. Okay, so he has created address.txt file. Okay, so he is going to add some text. I am the address file, something like that. Okay, so just to make sure that there were some changes in the remote repository before we do a push. Okay, so I'm going to commit this file. Okay, now in our remote repository we have a new file added, which is nothing but address.html, right? So now, so before we do a push, we'll need to pull these changes into our local system. Okay, so now we have a file called address.txt. Now if I open git bash, could I see those changes into my system? Let me say ls. No, that changes will not come here. We'll need to run some commands to get those changes into our local system. There are two things to discuss here. One is fetch and one is pull. First, let me talk about git fetch. Git fetch is going to get the changes from the remote repository to your local repository. That's it. It is going to just get those changes into your local repository, but it will not apply or merge those changes into your local remote repository project. Okay, whereas git pull is going to get those changes and will automatically apply or merge those changes into your project. Okay, now let me run git fetch. Okay, so you will need to say git fetch followed by the remote server name, which is nothing but origin, right? If you remember, it is origin. So I am going to say git fetch origin. Now what it will do, it will try to fetch that address.txt file into my local system. It will just fetch. If you look at here, unpacking, total, and now what happened, I have got those changes into my local system. Okay, now if I open up git log one line and then all and graph, look at here, this is our initial commit that we have got whenever we have cloned the project, and then this is the latest commit which we have got whenever I have done git fetch, right, which is nothing but address.txt which we have created in our remote repository by Deepak. Okay, now we have got that into our local system, but we haven't merged that into our project. So just to prove that, if I say ls, look at here, that address.txt file is not part of our project. For that to happen, you will need to run a command called git merge. Okay, git fetch is just going to get the changes, but it will not merge those changes. So now you have those changes into origin master. Okay, you have those changes into origin master. Now you will need to merge those changes into your master. So for that you will need to say git merge followed by origin and then master. Now the changes which are part of origin master will be placed into your local master. Now if I say enter, look at here, this is a fast forward merge. If you remember in our Git branching tutorial, we talked about fast forward and recursive merge, right? So now this is a fast forward merge. Okay, now if I say ls, I could see address.txt file, right? So now we are successfully able to get the changes from our remote repository to our local system. Okay. So now this is git fetch, which is a two-step process. One, we'll need to get those changes and then we will need to merge. Now I am going to use git pull. Okay. For that, I will try to do one more change in my remote repository. Okay, so for that, let me try to create another file. Okay, so I'm going to create a new file, and for this, let me just say texting.txt. That is fine, right? So any file is fine. And then let me just say I am testing file. Okay, done. And I'm going to commit it. Okay, now if you look at here, we have a file called testing.txt, right? So now I'll try to get these changes into my local system. For that, what I'll have to do, okay, let me first do ls. Okay, we don't have that change here, testing.txt. Now I will say git pull and then the origin, and here you will need to specify the branch name, right? From which branch I would like to get those changes. And here I would like to get the changes from master. So for that, I'll say git pull origin master and I'll press enter. Now I'll get the changes from master into my local system and which will be applied directly. Look at here, I've got the changes at the same time. Those changes were merged into my local system, right? My local project. Okay, look at here, fast forward testing.txt. Now if I say ls, I could see testing.txt in my local project. So this is the main difference between a fetch and a pull. Fetch is going to get the changes, whereas pull is going to get the changes and will automatically apply a merge. Now if I say git status, okay, now this is our initial modified home.html, if you remember, right? So I am going to just say add because I am going to make a commit. Okay, so I have just added it. I am going to make one commit, git commit minus m. Sorry, git commit minus m followed by double quotes, and then I'll say updated home page. Done, right? So I have done a commit. So this is one commit which I have done. Okay, so I'll need to basically push now, but before that let me just say git log one line and then all and then graph. Now if you remember here, this is our initial commit, and then this is the commit which we have got whenever we have done git fetch, and then this is the commit which we got whenever we did git pull, and this is the latest commit which I have done, right? Updated home page. So these are the different commits which are there, and now I am trying to push these changes into the remote repository. And as I said earlier, at any time whenever you would like to push any changes to the remote repository, the first thing that you will need to do is to make a pull. Okay, so I am going to just say git pull origin master. Okay, now it has to say up to date because there are no changes in our remote repository. Okay, so now it will say already up to date. That means there are no changes in the remote repository and we are good to push our changes to the remote repository, right? So now I'll say git push origin master. I am going to push my changes into the master directly. Okay, now if I say enter, it is going to push our local changes. Okay, now it has asked me to provide username and password. Okay, and it depends, it may ask, it may not ask based on your configurations. Okay, so now I am going to enter Ramu's details here. So I'll say ramutoni at 22 at gmail.com and then the password. Okay, so now I have provided credentials, login failed. Okay, so I have provided wrong credentials, I believe. Okay, I am going to run it again. So now it will have to ask me username and password, right? So I think earlier I have provided wrong details. I'll say ramu2022 at gmail.com, and then the password is, okay, I believe this time it should be right. I don't know. I think I'll have to cancel this prompt. Okay, cancelled, cancelled. Okay, here it is asking me for the username, so I am going to provide here. Uh, okay, I think this is right. Enter, and then the password I believe I'll have to provide here. Okay, I'll provide here. I think unable to access. I don't know, the requested URL returned. I think I don't have permissions, or I what permission to Deepak denied. Okay, so now I think Deepak has to provide permissions to Ramu. So for that, so this is Deepak's page where he'll have to provide. So let me go to the settings. So Ramu has to provide me the access. Okay, so if I go to the manage access, invite a collaborator. Okay, now let me type Ramu name here. Ramu Tony22 at gmail.com. Okay, add. Okay, so now Ramu has the access to do a push. Okay, now he will try to push it. So for that he will have to say git push origin master. Okay, now it is asking again, so I'll say Ramu Tony22 at gmail.com, and then the password. Okay, let's see what happens now. I've provided the credentials and Ramu has the access, but unable to access the requested URL returned. I don't know what to do. Ramu 2022. Okay, awaiting Ramu's response. Okay, pending invite. Okay, Ramu has to approve this. Okay, now if you look at here, whenever Deepak has invited Ramu, Ramu is going to get an email something like this. Okay, so now Deepak has invited Ramu and Ramu has to view that invitation. Okay, so now Ramu is going to, so now Ramu is, look at here, invitation to join, right? So Ramu has to accept this invitation. So now Ramu has accepted this invitation. Now that Ramu has permissions to push his changes into Deepak's repository, right? So now Ramu is going to do a push again. Okay, now remember, whenever you are asked to work on a project, right, you will be provided with the permissions also. Now if you look at here, Ramu is successfully able to push his changes to the remote repository. So now if I open the remote repository, okay, so this is my remote repository, right? So I should be inside here now. So now if you look at here, this is our remote repository, and we can see here we do have 4 commits. Okay, and now let me just refresh once. Fine, I have refreshed it now. The project has been refreshed. Now if you look at our home.html, right, so this is where we have done our changes, right? So now let me open up so that we'll get a confirmation whether our local changes were pushed to the remote repository or not. Okay, let's just for some time. Since I'm running on very low network, it is taking some time, but basically now if you look at here under home.html, this is the change which we have done, right? Please subscribe, right? This is the change which I have done, and we have that changes in our remote repository. Now this is how we do get the changes from the remote repository into our local system. We'll perform our own local changes, we'll make either fetch or pull, and finally we will push our changes to the remote repository. Now one thing to remember here is that I have directly pushed my changes to the master branch, but that will not be the real case. You will be having separate branches like release, QA, etc. You will need to push your changes to different branches, and then you will need to make a merge request, and then those changes will be pushed to the master branch, but you will not directly push your changes to the master branch. That you will need to remember. Okay, so this is the entire concept of remote branching. Now I am going to talk about a tool which is going to be really helpful whenever you work with Git. But before talking about the tool, let me first explain you the scenarios in which you will need to use this tool. Okay, let me first open my Git bash. So this is my Git bash. Okay, now if you look at here, I am under a project called Sweetbox, and I've just said Git status. So whenever I've said Git status, it has displayed a file which is in the modified state, right? And there is a command called Git Diff. Right? If you remember earlier when we talked about the Git Diff, it is going to display the differences between working directory and the staged area, right? So this is the most common command which we are going to use many times. And as you know, Git Diff is going to display the differences between the working directory and the staged area. Now if you look at here, the Git Diff has shown us the differences, right? So this is the earlier line, and we have added this line, right? So this is how Git Diff is going to display the changes. And now this is a simple project and it just has a single line of change, but when you work on a big complex project, it is going to show a lot of differences, right? So in that case, looking at the output of a Git Diff is going to be really difficult. So in such scenarios, there are some tools using which we can see the differences between a working directory and a staging area. Okay, now this is one scenario where you will need to use that tool, and there is one more scenario. Okay, so if you look at here, this another project called Hotbox, wherein I get an issue called auto merging, right? Merge conflict, right? If you remember our earlier tutorial when we talked about Git branching, right? So there are times when we get merging issues. Okay, so if I just say Git status here, okay, so this is the Git status, and we can see here unmerged paths both have unmerged paths both modified. And if I go inside that, okay, it is going to display something like this, right? You can see less than symbols and then the greater than symbols. So this is how merge conflicts are going to be shown, right? Looking at this code is really difficult, and honestly speaking, this is really difficult to understand, right? So there are tools which is going to ease our task. Okay, let me just go back once. I'm going to say quit. Okay, now I'm back. Now I'm going to talk about a tool which is going to be really helpful for Git Diff and Git merge. Okay, that tool is nothing but P4 merge. Okay, P4 merge is a tool which is developed by Perforce. Okay, Perforce is a company which has developed that tool. So I am going to open perforce.com. so I've just typed perforce.com and I've just clicked on that. Now if you look at here, so this is perforce.com. okay, so yeah, it's loading up, and I'm going to click on downloads. Okay, clicked on the downloads. Alright, now we'll have to search for P4 merge here. There are a lot of softwares available here, and you will need to search for something called P4 merge. Look at here, this is called P4 merge. Okay, Helix Visual Magic Tool. Let me click on that. Now if you look at it down, look at here, this is a family wherein you will need to select either Windows, Linux or Macintosh. That's for the Mac, right? So I'm going to select Windows, and then I'm going to select the platform. So for that I'm going to select 64 and then the version, right? So it's already populated, and I'll have to click on the download. So I have already downloaded this, and in your case you will need to download it. Okay, so I have it already downloaded, which is nothing but P4 Winst 64. So once it is downloaded, just give a double click on that. So it is going to be a 194, I believe 194 MB, right? So once it gets downloaded, double click on that, and when you double click on that, it is going to display a dialog something like this, right? If you look at here, you do have something called Helix Visual Client, and then Merge and Diff Tool, Administration Tool, command line client. We don't need everything here. Instead, we are interested in merge and diff tool, right? So I'm going to uncheck the other softwares here. So I have merge and diff tool selected. I'm going to press next, and then I'm going to install it. Okay, done. So now it is going to take some time to get it installed. So once it get installed, we'll try to check our diff and merge issues using this tool, which is nothing but P4 merge. Now if you look at here, successfully installed P4 merge. Look at here, successfully installed. I am going to exit. Now since P4 merge has been successfully installed, and if I open git bash and I'm going to just clear it once, and if I say P4 merge, will it open? Basically we'll need to type P4 merge here, but will it open? I'm going to press enter. Look at here, P4 merge command not found, because your Git is not able to identify P4 merge, because you will need to set path of P4 merge. So for that you will need to open up your local C drive wherein your software was installed. So I'm going to open up program files, and I'll have to look for something called perforce, right? So this is the place where my P4 merge has been installed, right? I'll have to copy this, right? This is the path of my P4 merge, and then I'll need to open environmental variables. Okay, so I'm going to the properties, and then I'll click on advanced system settings, and then I'll click on environmental variables, and there will be two types of variables here, one user variables and one the system variables, and we'll need to add this perforce path under system variables. For that I am going to select path, and I am going to click on edit. So when I click on edit button, it is going to open up a dialog wherein you need to press on new button and need to paste it. Okay, so this is the path of perforce. I'm going to press OK, and then OK, and finally OK again, right? So now if you say P4 merge, it will have to work, but it will not work. Look at here, though you have set the path, it will not work, because whenever you set the path, you will need to close the command prompt, right? You will need to close the git bash. So I have it open 2 times, so I have closed it. So now if you open up git bash again, and if you say git, and if you say P4 merge, okay, look at here, it is opening P4 merge tool, right? So this is the tool which is going to be used for diff and merge. Look at here, right? I'll be using this tool. So our P4 merge is working now, right? Our P4 merge is working, but still you will need to integrate P4 merge with your Git. Okay, for that you will need to run few commands. Okay, let me show those commands. And these are the commands for merge and the diff tool. Okay, so first let me do it for the merge. Okay, so I'm going to use these commands. For that I will open up git bash. Okay, so I have git bash open. The first command that we will need to use is git config global followed by merge.tool followed by P4 merge. Okay, so I'll say git config global and then merge.tool followed by P4 merge. Okay, so this is the first command that you will need to use. Done. The first one is done, and the second one is git config global followed by merge tool. Look at here, in the first command we have a merge dot tool, whereas in the second command you will be having merge tool dot P4 merge dot path. So this is the place where you will set the path. Okay, so I am going to use merge tool dot P4 merge dot path and then the path. Okay, so as you know already, the path is at this location, right? C program files and then the perforce. So I am going to paste it here. So one thing you will need to remember here is that you will need to change this backward slashes to the forward slashes, and then at the end you will need to provide p4 merge.exe. Okay, p4 merge.exe, that is the executable file path we are setting up here. Try to check once or twice before pressing enter. Okay, git config global merge tool.p4 merge.path and then the path. Okay, done. So I'm going to press enter, and the final command that you will need to type is merge tool dot prompt. You should have to say false. Okay, so I am going to use git config followed by merge tool dot prompt, right? So I'll have to set it globally merge tool dot prompt. I'll have to say false. Okay, merge tool dot prompt, I'll just false. Done. So these are the different commands for the merge tool. So now I'll be doing it for the diff tool too. Okay, so git config followed by the global, I'll have to say diff dot tool and then p for merge. Okay, so let me try to open up global git dot tool p for merge. Done. And then git config global diff tool dot p4 merge dot path. Again you need to set that path. Okay, so once you set the path, just have to chain this backward slashes to the forward slashes, and then here you will need to say p4 merge dot exe and then press enter. Done. And the final command is git config followed by global and then you need to say diff tool dot prompt and you need to say false. Okay, done. Now that we have run all the different commands which have set the configuration for merge tool and the diff tool, now that we have successfully integrated or successfully configured merge tool and the diff tool with the git, now we are ready to use merge tool and the diff tool. Okay, but before that I'll have to close it and open it again. Okay, so I have closed it and I am going to say git bash. Okay, so now I'll be moving back to my projects wherein I have some differentiations and the merge conflicts, right? So I'll go to the git projects and then I'll say ls. Now I'll go back to the sweet box wherein we have, if I say git status, we have a modified file, and if I say git diff, look at here. So these are some kind of differences between a working directory and the staging area, right? So this is how it is going to display when you say git diff. But now I will be using diff tool, okay, which we have just set, which has come from p4, which has come from p4 merge tool. Okay, so now if I press enter, look at here, now it is going to open up a tool. Look at here, it has opened a tool, right, wherein we have the two changes at two sides, in the left side which is the previous change and in the right side which is the new change. So this is how you can find the differences between the working directory and a staging area. In this case we just have a few lines of changes, but whenever you work on a complex project, right, it is going to be really helpful. Okay, this is the first thing. I am going to close it. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now let me go back and let me open up our hot box wherein we have merge conflict, right? Look at here, we have an unmerged path. So now if you wanted to know about those merge conflicts, you will need to open up this home.txt file, and it's really difficult to understand that. So for that I am going to use this tool. So I'll say git merge tool. Done. Now it is going to open up the tool. Now look at here, so this is how it will be opening up. And if you look closely, on the top you have a blue color and then orange color and then the green color. Look at here, so these are the different kinds of changes we have. So this is the change which says we are going to teach Python course, which this change has been done by person A. And in the right side you have something called we are going to teach React Native. This is the change done by person Y. Now we will need to choose either of them, either the left side change or the right side change. So for that you have an option to select here. Look at here. Now I am going to press on blue button. Okay, so when I have pressed on the blue button, it has taken the changes from the left side because on the top we have a blue button, right? So this is how you will be selecting either the left side or the right side. Okay, now once you are done with your changes, you have to press on the save button on the top and then just need to close it, right? So we are done. Now if I say git status, look at here, changes to be modified, right? So I'll have to say git add dot, which is going to add up everything, right? So now I'll say git status. If you look at here, changes to be committed. Okay, and in the right side you are still merging it, right? So if you commit it, it will be merged. So for that I am going to say git commit -m followed by merge conflicts resolved. Okay, done. Now if I say git status, Look at here, nothing to commit, your working tree is clean, and on the right side you just have a master because you have successfully merged it, right? So this is a very important tool whenever you work on very complex projects, and it is going to be really helpful. So from the next time onwards, try to use this tool whenever possible. Git aliases. The main use of Git aliases is to shorten out the things. Now if you look at here, there is something called GST. This GST is not the one which you are thinking about. This GST is G here stands for good morning, S here stands for sweet dreams, and T here stands for take care. As you know, in this technological world, people want to shorten out the things. They don't have much time to type everything, right? So instead of good morning, they are going to say GD. Instead of sweet dreams, they are going to just say SD. And even they don't have time to just say take care, they'll simply say TC, right? So this is how our current technology is running on. So this is how the current trend is going on. For everything we will be having the shortcuts. The same thing we can apply in Git concept. If you remember, whenever I wanted to see the history, right, I am going to say Git log, and then I'll be doing one line, and then I'll be doing all, and finally the graph, right? If you remember, I use it to type this every time, right? It is going to take a lot of time, and it is going to waste your time too, because I have been typing it for many days, right? So now I am going to shorten it, right? So for that I am going to use a concept called alias. Now instead of typing git log, one line, all, and graph, I'll be shortening it to a simple command, something like this. Okay, if I just say enter, right, it is going to display out this output, right? So instead of this, I'll just say all commits, because git log is of course is going to give all the different commits which are part of that project, right? So instead of typing log, one line, all, and graph, I just wanted to say all commits. Okay, so if I say all commits, it has to work. Since we haven't set any alias, it is not working. So it is just saying that all commits is not a git command, because we haven't set any alias. Now if you would like to set alias at any time, just have to say git config. It is nothing but a global variable again. So I'm going to say git config followed by global, and then you just need to say alias followed by the short word that you would like to give to. Okay, so in this case I am going to give all commits, and then followed by the real command. Okay, so which should be inside your double quotes. So here you will need to say log, one line, all, and then graph. That's it. You will just need to replace whatever it is there after the git here. Okay, so I just have typed git config, a global variable, and then I have given it as all commits followed by the real command, and just need to press enter. Done. You have successfully set the alias. Now if you say git all commits, look at here, it is working, right? So earlier we used to type one line, graph, all, everything, right? But now we are just typing git all commits. That's it. You can use this shortcut for almost all the commands, right? So this is all about git alias. So try to use it whenever it is possible. Git rebasing. Before talking about the Git rebasing concept, I would like to tell you a small note. If you haven't watched our earlier tutorial about Git branching, I request please do watch Git branching, because Git branching is going to be the really important concept in the entire Git course. If you know Git branching very well, you will become master in Git. So if you wanted to work in a software industry, or if you would like to opt for any job which is related to the Git, I request you to please go through Git branching, because it is going to be really important. That's a small request from my side. And now, before talking about rebasing, I would like to ask you a small question. Look at this picture. We do have two kids, namely kid A and kid B, and on the other hand we do have their respective mothers. Now both of them wanted to reach to their mothers. Okay, their goal is to reach their mothers. So kid A has took around 11 steps to reach to his mother, and similarly kid B has took just 8 steps to reach his mother. Now tell me who is better between these two. Most of the people will tell that Kid B is great because he has just took 8 steps to reach the destination. Now you may wonder why am I talking about this in Git Rebase. Now I will say that the left side picture as merge and the right side picture as rebase. Yes, merge and rebase both are completely same. The concept of merge and rebase is completely same. We will be merging the changes from one branch to the other branch. Both the concepts are similar, but the way they does that operation would be different. If you look at the merge, it took 11 steps to complete its process, right? Whereas in the rebasing, it just took 8 steps to complete its process. That's it. At any time, merge is going to take more number of commits, whereas rebase is going to take less number of commits. Then what is the use of it? Right, I'm going to clarify that. Okay, so if you remember our earlier tutorial about Git branching, right? If I say Git log now, okay, it is going to show up all the different commits, right? So I'll just say Git log, one line, and then all, and then graph. Okay, if you have watched our earlier tutorial about Git aliases, you can use Git all commits. That will also work because earlier we have set alias for this particular command. Okay, anyway, I am going to use this for now. So if I say enter, you can see this is a long number of commits, right? This is the entire history of this project. Now if I ask any new developers to look at this particular code, right, whenever he clone the project into his local system, the first thing that he will do is git log, because he needs to understand the project. So whenever he say git log, he will be provided with all these number of commits, right? If you look at here, this is the initial commit, and then he will get to know that okay, home page has been updated, and then the about page has been updated, and then there was a diverge from the third commit. So whenever he will look at all these comments, he may get confused, right? That's why Git rebasing is going to reduce the number of commits. Okay, now I am going to prove that by using a simple example. So for that, let me just clear it once. Okay, I have cleared, and let me try to create a simple project wherein I will try to do a merge and I will try to do a rebase, and let's compare. Okay, so I'm going back, and I'm going back once again, and if I say ls, I do have a lot of projects here. Okay, now if you look at here, we do have a lot of projects available, and I am going to create a simple project just for the demonstration of Git merge, and then I'll try to create another project just for the demonstration of Git rebase. Okay, we will just compare both of them. Okay, so now I am going to create a simple project. So for that, I am going to open up my file explorer. So now I'm inside a folder called Git projects, wherein I'll create a simple project. Okay, so I'm going to create a new folder. I will say merge project. Okay, I have just said merge project. Inside that, I will try to create two files. Okay, so I'll just say new and then text document. Okay, simply I'll just say home.txt file. Anyway, it is txt file, right? Home, and I'll try to open it, and here I'll just enter this is home page. That's it, done. And similarly, I'll try to create another file. Okay, I'll just say about. Okay, this is about file, and I'll try to update this to this is about page. That's it. So I just have two files. That's it, right? So I just have two files, and I'll try to initialize Git with this project. So for that, if I say ls here, I could able to see the new project, which is nothing but the merge project. Okay, so I'll go to the merge project. Okay, I'm going to just clear it once, and if I say ls, I could able to see the new files which we have just added. Now if I have initialized this with the Git. Okay, I have initialized it to the Git, and we could see on the right side we have got branch called master. Okay, so now if I say Git status, I could able to see the different files which are in the untracked state, and I am going to provide the first commit. For that, I'll have to add, and then I'll have to commit it. Okay, I am going to say initial commit, done. So our initial commit is done. I'm going to just clear it once, and now if I say git log, okay, I'm going to say one line, all, and graph. We could able to see a single commit, and then the master is pointed to that commit. That's fine. Now I am going to create a new branch wherein I will do some changes, and finally I will try to merge that branch into the master branch. Okay, so now for that, I am going to create a new branch called bottle. Okay, that's fine. Git checkout minus b. I'm going to create a new branch called bottle. Done. We have been switched to a branch called bottle, and if I say ls, I could be able to see these changes wherein I will do some changes in my home.txt file. Okay, so now I will just this is home page. Please do this. Please do this. Okay, so this is like a motivation for me. Okay, I have done a simple change here, so and I have just written and then quit. Okay, so now if I say git status, I could able to see one modification file which is nothing but the home.txt, and I am going to add it and I am going to make another commit. Okay, I'll just say updated home page, done. Right, now if I say git log one line all and then graph, I could able to see two commits, right? And I am in bottle branch currently, right? So this is our initial commit which happened in the master, and currently we are in a branch called bottle. That's why our head is pointing towards the bottle, and this is the new commit which just happened. Now I will check out to my master branch. Okay, this is how I'll have to check out to the master branch, and now I am here. I will try to do some changes in my master, will provide another commit, and finally I will merge my bottle branch into the master branch. Okay, so now I just have two files here, so I'm going to modify about.txt in my master branch. Okay, for that I am going to open up about.txt, wherein I'll try to do some changes. Okay, this is about this is about page, and here I'm going to add I am updating. I have done this. Okay, so I've just modified it and I am going to add it, and then I am going to commit it. Okay, this is updated about page, done. Okay, I'm going to just clear it once. Now if I see git log one line all and then graph, look at here, this is what happened till now. Okay, this is the initial commit, and then we have created a new branch called bottle wherein we have made one commit, and then we have checked out to the master branch wherein we did a commit, right? So this is what happened so far. Now I am going to merge my bottle branch into the master branch, right? So currently we do have three commits, and now the new merge is going to provide another commit. Okay, so now what I will do, I'll just say git merge followed by the bottle branch, right? If you remember earlier concept regarding the branching, you will need to go through a branch into which you are trying to merge. Okay, so for that I have just said git merge bottle because I am currently in the master branch wherein I am merging my bottle branch. So I am going to press enter, and merge made by the recursive strategy, and the merge is successful. Now if I say git log one line all and then the graph, look at here, I have got four number of commits, right? And if you look at here, this is the initial commit, and then there was a diverge here wherein we have created another commit, right? So in this way it is going to provide us different number of commits. So this is a merge. Now I will try to do the same operation, but at the end I will try to use rebase, and then we will see the number of commits that will happen. Okay, so now I'll try to create a new project but in a fast forward mode. So now if you look at here, I have created a new project called Rebase project, and I have created two files called about.txt and then the home.txt, and then I have created a new branch. Okay, let me show that once. If I say git log one line all and then the graph, look at here. So this is what I have done so far. Have just followed the earlier concept of git merging. Okay, I have just created initial commit, and then earlier we have created a branch called bottle, right? But in this case I have created a new branch called new feature, and then I have checked out to the master and did another commit. Now I am trying to rebase. Instead of merging, I am trying to rebase my new feature branch into the master branch. That's it. Earlier we have done the merge, right? Now I am going to do a rebase, and let's see what happens. So for that I am going to say git rebase followed by the new branch name, right? So new feature, done, enter. What happened? Successfully rebased and updated. Now if I say git log one line all and then the graph. Look at here, we have just got 3 number of commits. If you remember our earlier merge, it has provided us 4 commits and there were a lot of diverges, right? So that is the difference between a merge and a rebase. Rebase is going to provide us less number of commits so that the future developers who are going to work on this project will not get confused looking at this. That is the main difference between a merge and a rebase is all about. But one thing that you will need to remember is even in the Git rebasing you will be getting merge conflicts and you will need to follow the same process to resolve the conflicts. If you haven't watched our Git branching concept, please do watch that tutorial to get to know more about it. Git stashing. Before talking about the Git stashing, I would like to ask you a small question. Say for example, I have deleted a file or folder in my laptop. What will happen? It will be placed inside another folder called recycle bin, right? It will be placed inside a folder called recycle bin, wherein if I would like to get it back, I'll just go inside the recycle bin and I'll double click on that to restore it, right? So this is what actually happens if I delete a folder or file inside my laptop. Now if you remember, if you normally delete any of the files, it will be placed in your recycle bin. But if you do a shift delete, it will be a permanent delete. That means you can't even find it inside your recycle bin, right? So this is what the actual concept of recycle bin. That means if you would like to keep any of the files as a backup, you will normally delete it. And if you want the file to be deleted permanently, then you will use shift delete. And the same concept if you apply in Git, delete is related to stashing, whereas shift delete is related to cleaning. So now I'm going to talk about delete, which is nothing but stashing. Okay, now consider this is a dustbin, and if you have thrown any of the files inside that, right, it is going to be placed inside the dustbin as a first file. And if you delete any other file, right, it is going to be piled up on top of the first file which you have deleted, right? So in this way there will be lot of files which you will be placing inside your dustbin. So this is how a dustbin looks like, right, which is going to have all the deleted files. So now I'll try to do that practically. So I'll be opening Git bash. So this is a Git bash and I'm in a project called Sweetbox, and if I say ls, so these are the different files which are part of this project, and I'm going to just say git status before getting started, right? So nothing to commit, working tree is clean, right? That's fine. So now I'm going to just clear it once. And now let's say I'll have to do some changes in my address.txt file. Okay, I will open up address.txt file and will do some changes. Okay, so below this fourth line I'll try to add some more data, something like I'll say some more data. Okay, so I will try to add some more data, and that's fine. So now if I say git status, I could able to see that address.txt has been modified, right? And now after some time I have just changed my mind not to work on address.txt file. Okay, but still I would like to keep this address.txt file as a backup. So for that I will stash this file, which will be kept as a backup file. Okay, so if you ever like to stash any of the files just to keep as a backup, you will need to say git stash followed by push. Okay, you are basically pushing file to a dustbin. Okay, so if you consider it as a stack, okay, so when you consider it as a stack, right, so if it is a stack, if you push some data inside that, it is going to go something like this, right? And on top of that, if you push any other files, it is going to be piled upon the first file, right? So this is how it looks like, right? So it just looks like a dustbin. Now that I am going to push, but one thing to keep in mind here is that you can either use git stash push or simply you can also say git stash, both are same. Okay, but for now I'm going to use git stash. Okay, so now if you look at here, saved working directory and index state, right? Okay, so now what happened is that our address.txt file has been placed to the dustbin. Okay, so now if I say git status, look at here, our working tree is clean because now the address.txt file is in the dustbin, right, which is kept as a backup. Now if you say ls, as these are the files which have been listed, right, and the chain that we have done is in address.txt, if you remember. So if I say cat address.txt, look at here, whatever the chain that we have done after the fourth line, that is not here because that's been removed, because that has kept as a backup. That changes will not be part of current file. Okay, so if you ever like to see all the stashing files, right, you will have to say git stash followed by list. So it is going to list up all the stashes. Look at here, this is stash 0, right, which is nothing but the first stash. Now what I will do, I'll try to do some more changes and we'll stash it again. Okay, for that I'll just say ls followed by, now I am going to do some changes in home.txt. Okay, so I'll say home.txt and I'll try to do some changes here. So I agree, I'm going to subscribe to your channel. I'll say thank you, something like that. So it's just a small modification, right? Done. Now if I say git status, look at here, this has been modified, which is home.txt file. Now I will stash this too. Okay, but this time I will use push. Anything is fine, right? I just wanted to show this also, right? I have just pushed it. Done. So now what happened, the second file has been pushed to the dustbin, right? Now if I say git stash list, look at here, these are the two stashes which we have added. And now if I just say ls and if I cat on home.txt, it will not have that changes because it's been stashed. That's why you can look at here, the fourth line is not here. Okay, so I'm going to just clear it once and I'm going to just say git stash list. Okay, now these are the two stashes that we have. That means you have just thought that to keep two files as a backup. Now after some time you would like to restore them, right? You would like to restore them, which is nothing but getting these files again to your project. Okay, so for that you will need to say git stash followed by apply. So when you say git stash apply, it is going to take up the latest changes from the stack and it is going to apply to your project. So now if you say enter, get here, this is the latest stash. So at any time what happens is that it works like a stack. So whenever you push something to the stash, okay, the last one which you push, which is on the top, right? So that is what a stack is, right? Last in, first out. That is the concept of stack, right? Last in, first out. Okay, so that's why what happened is that whatever the stash that you do at the last, that is going to be applied at the first. That's why home.txt has been applied. Now if I say git stash list, will it show two stashes or one stash? Basically we may think that it is going to list up only one stash, but it is going to list up two stashes. Okay, see, look at here, if I say git stash list, look at here, it has shown two stashes. It's because whenever you say git stash apply, okay, it is just going to apply the changes, but it will not remove the stash. Okay, it will just get the file and will apply those changes to your existing project, but it will not remove or it will not drop your stash. If you would like to drop your stash, you will need to run one more command, that is nothing but git stash drop. It is going to drop the latest stash from the stack. So if I say enter, now it has been dropped, and if you say git stash list, it is going to list up only one. Now let me clear it once and let me say ls. So now we have one stash in our stack, and if I just say git status, we have home.txt back again to our project. So now let me try to do some more changes. Okay, so I'll just say ls. This time I'll try to do some changes in my about.txt file. Okay, I'll go to about.txt file and let me add some more changes. I am going to upload few more videos, something like that. Okay, so I'm going to shift:wq. Okay, so now done. I'm going to just clear it once. If I say git status, we could see two changes, right? I have just done this about.txt file and I'm going to stash this also again. Okay, for that I'll say git stash done. So I'm going to just say git stash. Now this is also stashed. Now if you say git stash list, is going to list up two, right? Look at here. So these are the two changes, and the latest one would be the about.txt file. Now whenever you are saying git stash apply, it is applying the latest stash, right? It is just applying the latest stash. If you look at here, I just stashed about.txt file. Now if I apply, it is going to apply about.txt, which is on the top. But if you would ever like to apply a specific stash on the stack, now if you look at here, we have 0th one and we have 1, right? So you could specify git stash apply followed by stash at the rate, and then the curly braces you go to pass the particular index here. If you look at here, we do have 0 and 1, right? If you just say git stash apply, it is going to take up the latest one. Instead, if you would like to get the particular stash, you will have to provide a particular index. So now I am going to press enter. Now if you look at here, we have got the address.txt file. So now it is going to apply this particular stash which we have mentioned in this curly braces. Okay, I'm going to just clear it once, and I'm going to say git status. Now look at here, this has been modified, right? So now I'm going to just say git stash list, which is going to list up all the stashes, right? So now, as I said earlier, if you would like to drop any of the stash, you will need to say git stash and then the drop. So now if you closely observe this is a two-step process. Once you are applying the changes and then you are dropping it. But if you would like to do two at once, which is nothing but to apply the changes and then drop at the same time, you have a command called git stash pop. So pop is going to apply the changes and at the same time drop the particular stash. Okay, so now before doing that, if you just look at here, we do have two stashes, and I'm going to do a pop. Okay, git stash pop. So now if you look at here, okay, the latest change that we have done has got, and if I just say git stash list, it is going to just list up only one stash. So what happened is that it took the latest stash which was there, and then it has applied and dropped that stash. So git stash pop is going to apply and drop at a single time. Okay, I'm going to just clear it once. Okay, now if I say git status, okay, we can look at here, these are the different modified files, and similarly if I say git stash list, it is going to list up all the different stashes, right? So one thing that you will need to remember here is that whenever you say git stash, it is going to stash all the files which are in the staged area, but not the files which are in the untracking stage. Okay, it will never stash any of the files which are in the untracked state. But if you would like to do that, you will need to provide one more parameter along with the git stash. So that parameter is nothing but -u. So whenever if you would like to stash any of the files in the untracked state, you will need to pass a parameter called git stash followed by -u, which is going to stash the files which are in the untracked state. So this is all about git stashing.